Hey there, friends. Before we start in on today's episode, I wanted to say that it is a compilation of glitch stories from July and August of last year. That's where we are on the compilation timeline. I didn't intend to do a compilation today, this week, but some life stuff came up with the moving, and unfortunately it has to happen, so there will be a compilation today, the 16th, and then there will be a new glitch episode with the Word of the Week stuff and all the normal stuff on the 18th on Wednesday. So you will be getting 2 glitch videos, one of a compilation, one of new stories this week. So hopefully you enjoy that. If not, I am sorry. There will be some strange and scary stories, most likely on Friday the 20th. So anyways, that's all, friends. Hopefully you enjoy. And of course, I'll see you again very soon. Hi, Raven. I love listening to your stories. The sound of your voice is soothing, and you really have a gift. Thank you. Listening to many of these stories reminds me that I'm not alone when it comes to all the vivid dreams, out-of-body experiences, weird and paranormal events I have experienced since I was a child. There are so many experiences I've had over the years that I could give you content for months. Please do. I'm just trying to find the time to write them all down. For now, here's an experience that I would love to get some insight on from your listeners, if they've had a similar experience or might have an idea of what's going on in this situation. So, here goes. I live in a New England coastal area. My husband, 3 young adult sons, and I moved to this new home over 4 years ago. It's a fairly new construction. I don't believe there are ghosts or any negative spirits in this home from the previous owners. The house is very bright, light, and airy, and it feels like a calm and positive place to live. Now, before I explain the glitch, I have to give you a little background information. This information will give your listeners some background or insight as to why this glitch, or whatever you want to call it, may have occurred. So, my mom died unexpectedly on July 1st of 2019. This was a real shock, although I had a very vivid dream about her 2 days before she died. I've only shared this dream with 2 other people the morning I woke up, my husband and my sister. The day that my mother died, my husband and I had just arrived at the resort in Bar Harbor, Maine. We were planning a 4th of July vacation at the resort. It was several hours after we arrived at the resort, the first day of our vacation, when my sister called me with the news about my mother. She said, "Do you remember what you told me about that dream you had the other day?" I said that I did. She paused for several moments, and then she told me that my dream had come true. That Mom was actually dead. I was taken aback and got mad and hung up on her, thinking she was playing a mean joke on me. She called back and told me that it was true, and that it wasn't a joke. After the shock and tears, I had to accept that even though it was very upsetting, unexpected, and heartbreaking because I never got to say goodbye, I knew that it wasn't my fault. It was a dream. I never imagined that it would have actually happened. It's not like I have control of my dreams, nor could I have warned her. My husband and I knew that it was going to take a while to arrange the funeral, as many relatives don't live in this country. We would have to give them time to come to the US. Although this was a very difficult time for me, my husband and I stayed for a few days at the resort where I planned the wake, funeral, and repast along with my sister who lived in the same state as my mom. The day we had the wake, burial, and repast, my cousin Sylvie heard me explaining in English to other English-speaking relatives about a dream that I had 2 days before my mother died. She listened quietly and intently. Sylvie speaks and understands English pretty well. I also recounted my dream again in French to some of the non-English-speaking relatives, and Sylvie was again nearby listening to me share this unusual dream. Both in French and in English, she heard me as I explained that I had a dream 2 days before my mother died. In this dream, I saw my mother walking in a white gown with long white bell sleeves. and a long white veil. She looked youthful, healthy, and beautiful. Her skin was glowing, and she had a smile that was beaming with joy. It was a joy that I have never witnessed or experienced before. In this dream, I was able to see the front and back of her at the same time. It was unusual to be able to do this. Her entire being radiated pure light and joy. While she was walking, I was able to follow behind her, but at some point I telepathically knew that I wasn't going to be able to go any further and follow her to wherever she was going. My mom was then greeted by many people in robes. These robed people were lined up on her left side, and she walked towards them. They were jubilant at her arrival. It felt as if she had graduated the school of life. The closer I got, that's when I realized that these robed people were all the ancestors that passed before her. They knew her, and she knew them. They welcomed her with open arms and such love. Sylvie didn't say much to me about this dream at the repass. She was simple, very empathetic, and somber. About a week later, she emailed me. She told me that her mom was an artist like my father. She said what I described in my dream reminded her of a painting that she has in her home that her mother had painted 60 years earlier. She had me recount my dream again to her, and she said that she couldn't believe my dream was describing the painting her mother had painted 60 years ago. Sylvie wanted to give me this painting. She was going to mail the painting, but I told her that I would come to her country and pick up the painting in a few weeks. Several weeks later, I went to visit my cousin in her country, and she gave me the painting. It was shocking. It was exactly what I saw in my dream. It was one of the strangest things to see. My dream was a framed oil painting. I was particularly taken aback because, in my dream, on the left side there were painted spirits, while my mom was in a white, long, bell-sleeved gown with the long white veil trailing behind her. What I didn't observe in my dream that I could clearly see in this painting, on the right side, was the face of my father. He died when I was 4 years old. In the painting, my father was to the right of my mother holding my second oldest sister. She had died of SIDS a couple of years before I was born. It was clearly my father holding an infant. It's important to note that this painting was painted by my father's older sister over 60 years ago, which is well before my parents ever knew each other. This is before my sister, the sister that died of SIDS, my brother, or even I were a thought. My aunt must have painted something that was in her subconscious, and it was exactly what I saw in my dreams 2 days before my mother died. When I came back to the US with the painting that Sylvie's mother painted, I put the painting below a smaller sunset painting that my father had painted 5 years before I was born in my closets. These paintings were not tucked away. They were clearly on display in a very large walk-in closet area. I arranged these two family paintings in a beautiful spot above a seated area in this closet. Now that you have the background, this may help you understand the glitch. So, a couple of weeks ago, I heard something fall down on the second level of the house. I was in another room on the same level of the house at the time that I heard the object fall. I wasn't able to immediately identify what the sound was or where it was coming from, which felt peculiar. A little while later, when I went into my walk-in closet, inside of the master bedroom, I realized what fell was the large rectangular framed painting that was painted by Sylvie's mom, the painting of my dream. These paintings have been displayed in my walk-in closet since we moved to that house. The smaller sunset painting my father painted 5 years before I was born is above the much larger painting that my aunt painted of the dream that I had of my mother. Once I noticed the large painting had fallen from the hook, which is strange in and of itself, because this heavy paint that has this heavy picture frame wire secured on either side of the back of the wood frame would have had to have bounced off a J-shaped hook to fall from the wall. This is virtually impossible. No other objects caused the painting to fall. I quickly tried to rehang it by placing the wire behind the painting onto the picture frame hook that was still securely nailed into the wall. For some reason, as I was trying to place the wire back into the hook, the painting was not resting on the hook properly. Finally, I was able to get the wire onto the J-hook. When I tried to adjust and center the painting beneath the painting my father had painted, the top of the frame of this large painting would overlap the bottom of the framed one that my father made, that was on its own hook, hanging above where the larger painting should be. These two paintings have been hanging in my closet since we moved into this house. The larger painting, the one that my aunt had made, is displayed directly below the smaller horizontal framed painting that my father made. I tried every configuration to get the painting back on the wall without touching the smaller one. The nails with the professional painting hooks were secured intact in the wall for both paintings. No matter how I tried to hang the painting, they would now overlap, as if the nails were moved too close together. This should not be possible, because there are no other holes in the wall other than where the original painting hooks have been installed 4 years ago. I checked the wire on both paintings. Neither were loose or tampered with. I tried hanging it by putting the wire on the nails other than the hook. I tried hanging it by putting the wires behind the nail. I tried squeezing the hook tighter. I even tried putting the larger painting above the smaller one in the event that I hung the larger painting above the other. I tried it even though it didn't make sense, nor would it be aesthetically pleasing. No matter what configuration I tried, or what I did, the two paintings now overlapped. The situation is impossible. They have never overlapped before, so why now? The only thing I can think of is that my mom died on July 1st 5 years ago, and the painting fell off the hook around this date. Maybe my mother wanted to let me know she's around and with my father and sister. I'm honestly not sure what to make of this. I even wonder if this would be considered a glitch. Perhaps it's a ghost, maybe a spirit, or maybe it's something else altogether. Whatever it is, I wonder if someone has an idea of what this could be, or if someone has had this experience before. Hi, Raven. I've always been someone interested in the paranormal and the things unexplained, but I'd never particularly had a personal experience until October of 2013. Before I dive into my glitch experience, I'll give a bit of backstory. Since I was a little girl, my mom liked to indulge me when I asked about ghosts, cryptids, and even alien encounters. She's always been sensitive to other dimensions, and maybe even outer worlds. Let's just say she's experienced some things, and I sat on the edge of my seat whenever she told me one of these wild tales. But to be honest, they scared the bejesus out of me. I always went to bed scared, always afraid of the dark, and always resorted to saying the rosary to soothe myself to sleep. So with my curiosity engaged, I grew up with a fantastic imagination and a curiosity for all things unexplained. I believed in all of it. Fairies, elves, mermaids, ghosts, and the undead. Folklore and paranormal just gripped my attention, and I wanted answers. But I never experienced anything on my own, so I slowly let my imagination go. However, when my mother and I seemed to get together and share stories of folklore, the energy around us becomes static. I can't explain how, but when both of us get passionate about a subject, we tend to experience strange happenings somewhere near after. Anyway, back to Hawaii. We woke up one morning and had planned a beach day. As we walked down the long sidewalk to the sand, we carried our gear and talked about Pele, the goddess of volcano and fire. We reminded each other to always have respect for the islands and what they provide. We chatted further on about what we'd see in the water as we snorkeled, and I mentioned that I'd love to see a turtle and some fish, and of course swim around as if I was a mermaid. Maybe even run into a real mermaid while I'm down there. Who knows? I have a great sense of imagination. So, here is where it gets interesting. Once we had reached the beach, my mom grabbed the snorkel and I the paddleboard, and we set out into the water. Once we were out in the bay, we'd somewhat separated as I paddled out up shore, and she stayed closer to the rocks. As I'd paddled, I'd hit a strong current that would knock me off my balance, and then I'd pop back up to my board. No biggie, I was a little rusty. I may have done that a few times, and maybe on the second or third time, I noticed as I got back on that the ring I had on my right ring finger was suddenly gone. I was immediately bummed. How did I let it slip off? And when? I'd been paddling all over for the last 45 minutes. I sat there with my legs hanging off one side of the board for a while, looking around. Around me on the board, in the water, and even below me, but nothing. Where could it have fallen off? Probably where I fell off and had gotten back on, so I had an idea. I paddled over to my mom and asked her to trade me the snorkel, as I was going to dive down in the places where I'd fallen in, and I was going to search the ocean floor. Ambitious, I know, but I really liked that ring. I dove and swam and dove and swam, and I didn't see the ring. I searched for maybe 20 minutes, and intermittently I observed my mother struggling on the paddleboard. I was amused. I remember coming up for air and spotting her wobbling and splashing into the water, and another time seeing her struggle getting back onto the board. It makes me chuckle even now when I think about it. She was having a rougher time than I was keeping balance. Well, I'd gotten bored looking and lost hope. How was I really going to find a size 7 ring in a giant bay in Maui? Fat chance. So I swam back to my mom and hopped on the paddleboard, where we sat side by side. I expressed how sad I was that I had lost my ring and looked everywhere for it. She was sympathetic for my loss, and we sat there for a moment looking down. We talked about the loss of my treasure as an offering to the gods, and I was then quite okay with the ring being gone. But just then, I looked to my left. I immediately gasped. It was my ring. It was right there, sitting right between my mom and I on the paddleboard with water lapping back and forth over the top as the tide ebbed and flowed. We were silent for a moment as I put my ring back on. How was it just sitting there? I had seen my mom splashing around as I dove on my quest for my one ring like a hobbit, and she'd fallen off so many times and gotten back on. If the ring was sitting there, it would have definitely fallen off, and I would have seen it initially when I noticed I'd lost it, right? I looked. How was it just sitting on the board? So, my mom and I together thanked the goddess Pele for returning my ring. Or maybe a mermaid was watching and noticed me searching for my lost treasure, and she returned it to me when we weren't looking. I can't tell you how my ring reappeared, but it did. Perhaps it was just a glitch in the Matrix. Just a heads up, the story does mention self-harm, more so attempted self-removal, if that makes sense. So if that is not something that you would like to listen to or hear, I recommend skipping the story. I have spent the last few years looking into quantum immortality, both stories and theories. I've done this because of my own experience. In 2018, for reasons I won't go into, I made the decision to end my own life. I'd been prescribed Seroquel, 300 milligrams once per day. I took my first dosage when I got the prescription, and as anyone who has ever taken it can tell you, it knocked me out. I decided I didn't particularly like how strong it was, and planned on talking to my doctor to reduce the dosage, but had forgotten to do so yet. So, when I made my decision, a bottle of 29 pills were handy, and assuredly would do the trick. Anyone doing the math, that's 8,700 milligrams. I downed the bottle, took a moment to ponder on the fact that I had no hesitation or regrets, telling me that I was confident in my decision. So, I then laid down and closed my eyes to sleep, never to wake again, or so I thought. This was around 1 p.m. At 8 p.m., I woke. My eyes scanned the room. I was confused, clearly remembering the reason that I was lying in bed. I slowly got up, noting that I was not dizzy, groggy, or feeling anything other than refreshed. I looked at the table next to my bed. No bottle. I went out of my room, and the family members I lived with, as well as my sister and her husband, were there and acknowledged me as usual. I was entirely lost as to what could have happened. I went back to my room to look for the medication, thinking perhaps I had dreamt taking the pills, but I could not find any trace of them. I went on to my pharmacy's app to look at my prescriptions. No trace of me ever having that prescription. Even if I could have dreamt of taking the pills, I know with absolute positivity that it was prescribed, filled, and even taken once a couple weeks ago. This bothered me for some time, but I let it reside in the back of my mind. About 2 months later, my family and I were visiting, and the conversation came to some of the vehicles that have been handed down through the family. A little backstory. When I was a teenager, my dad found and purchased a truck that he had wanted for almost 20 years. It was a 1970 Chevy truck. All original, manual transmission, gold with white trim, and he had also managed to find some vintage half-moon hubcaps that fit the truck. He had this truck all through my high school years, but then my brother had totaled it. Back to the current conversation, I asked, "Whatever happened to the orange 71 Chevy you had for a few months?" Everyone looked at me for a second before my dad said, "Did you mean the gold 70 Chevy?" I replied, "No. I know the 70 was gold and Robin wrecked it. But right after that, you couldn't find another. The closest you could find was an orange 71. They all looked at me like I had just said that he drove a nuclear submarine to work. I've never had an orange 71 Chevy. I argued, "Yes, you did. I clearly remember that you were not happy with it because it was a 71. It had an automatic transmission, and the half-moon hubcaps didn't even fit on it." Again, blank and confused stares. I distinctly remember it. It was rusty orange with silver trim and white rims. It had an updated stereo, and one of those old woven seat covers that are multicolored and scratchy. For several moments, everyone just looked at each other and then back at me before someone finally just said, "I don't know whose truck you're thinking of, but after the 70 was wrecked, Dad had a white cargo van, and then the truck that he drives now." I had discussed the Mandela effect with some of them before, so I decided to let it go with a little joke about that. I don't need my family thinking that I'm more insane than they already do. Looking into it privately, I came across the quantum immortality theory and was brought back to my attempt at self-ending. I know that I could not have survived that, especially with no side effects, and this, as outrageous as it might sound to someone who hasn't experienced it, was the answer that made the most sense. It would also explain the large number of small differences I've noticed over the last few years. For any concerned, No, I have not and do not foresee myself making another attempt. And I highly recommend anyone considering it to reach out for help. I can't promise that things will get better right away, but I can say that taking that step takes away almost any possibility of things ever getting better. Hey Raven, been listening for about a month now to your glitch stories, and they help to get me through my shift faster than anything, and I really appreciate that, and your narrative style. Plus I have years to sift through, so thanks in advance for making work tolerable. Happy to help. Glazing over now to the meat. I have a few glitches that I would like to submit. Some being very short stories, others being maybe long in the tooth. Either way, I hope these are interesting enough, and if anyone has any comments or theories, I would love to read them. The first two I'm sharing are site-based. First one being when I was a child around 11. I was in a small wooded area on my aunt's land at the time, playing tag and such with my cousin and brother. Us being a bunch of dumb boys. We would have staring contests with the sun occasionally, and this was one of those times. Hence, why I would have been looking at the sun after we had our contest. I didn't win. I was trying to look at it to practice, and when I was staring at it by myself, the sun shifted, or teleported. I can't describe it well enough, but it sort of ticked to a different spot while I was staring at it. Like I had blinked, but I hadn't. And yet the sun was just instantly in a new and very different place than it had been not even a second before. It was a noticeable shift in placement, and I looked down and started blinking, trying to make sense of what I had seen, because it didn't make sense. It ticked to a new spot like a clock hand would if you were looking at it, and blink just in time to have the second hand move without you seeing it. It just shifted, and I kept looking up, trying to see if it would happen again. No one else saw it that day, and it's stuck with me since. The next one happened recently, being the end of 2023 or beginning of 2024. My roommate has cats, and we have green food bowls in our hallway for them. Normally, my roommate feeds them, but I help from time to time if she's forgotten or away. And that being said, I was getting up in the morning to use the restroom, and noticed that the cat's bowl was empty. I said to myself, well, it's only 5, and my roommate is still asleep. I'll feed them an hour early and she won't have to, since the cats were asking for food. And then went to the restroom first, knowing they could wait, and I really couldn't. So I did my business and then went to feed them, but when I opened the bathroom door into the hallway, I noticed their bowls were now filled. Like, to the top filled. Like I would. She feeds them less than I do because I'm more susceptible to them pretending that they're starving, even though they're all very well fed. I rubbed my eyes and went to see if she was up, but she wasn't. She was knocked out cold. I checked to see if my brother had fed them, and he was asleep too. So I scratch my head and just kind of sigh at this glitch because it seems like the two possibilities happened at once. That I fed them and went to the restroom in one reality, and in this one I went to the restroom first, but I came out to find it filled as if I had. It bothered me because I remember distinctly seeing the bottom of both of the food bowls, the green in them, with just a few pieces of food, and yet they were filled. So now on to hearing the universe, or my Sims controller, or my handler, a voice in my head that tells me something specific pertaining to a situation, and I benefit in some way. My partner says it may be luck or my future self guiding me in some way, but I don't know what I believe. Of course, I'm not schizophrenic, and no one in my family has any history of it. I don't constantly hear voices. I've just heard one that isn't mine a few times, and these are those times. That being said, I hope it's not graphic. But the first one that happened was while I was living with my girlfriend at the time in 2014. We were cuddling one night, and I heard a voice say, "She's bleeding tomorrow." I immediately looked around confused because it wasn't my voice, and it certainly wasn't hers. So after thoroughly scanning the room for an intruder, I just looked at her and said, "Hey, baby, you're gonna start your period tomorrow." And she laughed at me and said, "I just started my placebo sugar pill today. I won't start for almost a week." I nodded and said okay. Fast forward to the next day, and although I normally walked her to class, her friend picked her up that morning instead, so I slept in. When I awoke, I had a text from her stating, "Hey, I don't know how, but you were right. I started today and I need you to pack some things when you bring my bag to the rec center today." And so I did just that. I packed what she needed and a bunch of chocolates and candy I had bought in preparation for her, and we went about the day. But it's always stuck with me that it happened with her, and she asked me how I knew. I told her the truth, and she believed me, so yeah. And I do wonder how she's doing from time to time. The next one was while I was at home in my room. I was watching TV when I heard, "Play the Egyptian one," from the same voice. I stopped immediately and looked around again, trying to figure out what was happening. Again, no source. So I started wondering what Egyptian game I could play. I couldn't think of any video games at the time, and after a while of pondering, it clicked. It was a casino game I should go to. I talked with my roommates, and we went to the casino that weekend. I hadn't played anything like that, so I wandered around the casino for a bit, until I locked eyes on a game with an Egyptian goddess and a scarab bonus game. It clicked that this was it. I sat down, and on hit 5, I got around $270, so I cashed out. The next time I had the voice was when I was in a town nearby for an unrelated reason to gambling, and yet it still happened. I went to buy a game system to fix and flip, but the repairs were going to offset the cost in parts, so I declined. Also, there was a guy trying to fight the seller while I was looking at the console, and it was a whole thing. It was hilarious. Either way, after declining that purchase, I was heading home when my roommate mentioned a casino we were passing by. I said, I pulled out this money to make money, and I don't know that I would. But then I said yes at the absolute last moment, making the tires screech as we braked and then turned in like it was a movie, we joked. We went to the casino, did the normal sign-up, and as we were walking around, I look at a machine and I hear, "Sit." Like, aggressively. So I sat my happy butt down. 1, 2, 3, bonus, $15. Nice. 1, 2, 3, bonus, $60 reduce. Don't mind if I do. Uno, dos, tres, bonus. And then it does another bonus inside of the free spins, and spells out from the bottom of a totem pole on the machine. D, then N, A, followed by an R, and then a G. I started shaking. I hadn't won a grand jackpot before. I looked down, and the money kept ticking up. Over $1,100 when it was all said and done. I cashed out, found my roommate. We got out immediately and went back to a pawn shop to buy a KitchenAid mixer that I joked about buying if I had won a jackpot at the casino we were just at earlier in the day. Another one is Premonition dreams. My most recent was that of my new relationship. I dreamt of them after meeting them briefly. Their ex got mad and threatened us. And it happened just like that in real life, but the one that bothered me the most is I dreamt that Steve Irwin died the night/day that it happened. I dreamt that I was at his park. Never been, I've only seen it in his show. And while he was doing a live performance, a crocodile grabbed him and got him in a death roll. I remember how graphic it was, and how I woke up suddenly with a sigh of relief when my mom walked into my room to get me up and tell me the bad news. The crocodile hunter had died. September 4th, 2006. I was 10. I went to school that day, and all I could do was stare out the window of the classroom wondering why I dreamt that. and then it happened. He was a personal hero of mine and still is. I loved the way that he loved nature and wanted to save and preserve it. I haven't had dreams like that before or since with him, the park, or of that level of violence. It was that one day and it's seared into the fold of my brain. An example of quantum immortality that I had, the same as the other slowdown effect, but it was on a trampoline with my brother. We were jumping, as children do, and trying to get as high as possible. I got too close to the edge and went off head first. I had time to look around at everything near me, of course upside down, and think, damn, this is how I die, breaking my neck at 13 off of a trampoline. And then the temporary black, the opening of my eyes and me being okay, looking around and then just kind of going inside, because I hadn't felt that before or since. The knowledge of a death and the slow motion effect that is associated with it, as well as a short flash of my life up to that point, maybe it was just adrenaline, but a part of me feels like it's been very different here since 2010. Did I slip into another timeline, or was I just a dumb kid? And then there's the cheat code. So I was on a website I had seen on TikTok around 2019, and it said you could hit random images or type in 2 letters, 4 numbers at the end of the URL for results of leaked screenshots from hackers that just post them. I thought it was fake and hit the random button for a while, before starting to input my initials, or friends or families with their birthday, and nothing of note came up. Just random emails. Then I asked, what if I did the evil path and put in my initials with 6661, as a joke to how I was raised religiously, although I'm unsure of what I am at this point. But when I did, it took me to a screenshot of a crypto recovery password email, and I got curious. I logged into the account not thinking I would be able to, and bam. 120,000 USD in crypto, being Ether, Bitcoin, and tethered in a wallet. The first transaction being my birthday a few years prior. I immediately felt wrong and got scared because that amount of money is no crime. I logged out, deleted the history, and everything I could. I've since forgotten the website for the screenshots and for the wallet gambling thing. It's funny to note, I used that stimulus money for AMC options and set it for a birthday of someone important to me. It sold 2 weeks earlier, and would have made $120,000 if I sold when I checked after selling for a $100 profit, after waiting for a year for anything. I'm an idiot paper handing, but it is what it is. Just bugs me that it was the same amount. This was a lot. I'm sorry for rambling, but yeah, these have been my experiences so far. Thank you if you've taken the time to read this, and thank you again if you share these. I appreciate you and everything you do for sharing people's stories of these weird experiences that we're involved in. Even if some are fake, the real posts really do shine through. And when you hear someone else has also experienced what you have, it makes you feel more sane. Hi, my name is Patrick. I want to start this by saying the moment I found out about our world/reality possibly being a simulated matrix, and also heard about quantum immortality theorized by astrophysicists in quantum mechanics, it immediately made sense to me. To where I thought that I had all the strange occurrences in my life figured out. I'm going to throw out there early on that I do suffer from PTSD, PPD, depression, and anxiety. I have night terrors and sleep paralysis about 3 to 4 nights a week. I've spent 6 years, 9 months in prison with some pretty high-stress environments, which definitely did not help my mental health. But all of this started way before that experience. Let's go back to 2011, which is when I had my first glitch. I was 21, Me and a good friend of mine were partying. I left one spot to head to another house party. We were doing about 40 miles per hour when we lost control, hit a big oak tree head-on, and I saw a bright flash and then woke up to paramedics pulling me out of the passenger side as they were using the jaws of life to cut his driver door open. I seemed to be fine other than some bumps and bruises. He ended up in a mild coma, slept about 12 hours straight, and then was released the next day. I didn't think much of it, but that we were very lucky. The next day, I couldn't help but think about life and death all day, and how precious it really is. Also, that it can all change in a moment. And fast forward to 2016, I was dealing with a lot. Addiction, on top of my mental health stuff, and I had done something I know that I shouldn't have. I woke up in the psychiatric unit of the hospital with my family standing around me, telling me how lucky I was to be alive. From that moment on, things seemed different. My personality, my handwriting, even my memories were starting to feel like the Mandela effect, as people were telling me things were not as I knew them to be. Even people I knew my whole life seemed to be slightly different. Fast forward to 2022, well, I was in prison. I made a very stupid choice while going through some things and ended up once again waking up in the psychiatric unit of the infirmary. Fast forward to recently, I was home but was once again having a hard time. The last thing I remember was saying some things I shouldn't to my girlfriend of 18 years. She even sent our 3 kids to her mother's because of the way I was acting, which I'm not proud of. I love all 4 of them very much. Long story short, I woke up on the couch at 4 a.m. very confused. I had just had the weirdest dream that looked like a movie in my mind's eye, and practically relived the moment that I had that car crash as I was dreaming, which was originally my first brush with death. So I headed upstairs to our bedroom, woke my girlfriend up to apologize about the night before. She told me she didn't understand what I was talking about, that none of that had happened, and that maybe I had dreamed it all and that I was asleep when she came home from work. So she just let me be since I was obviously tired. Which I know is not the case, because I even remember everything I did that day before right after I got off work. Have I died multiple times in my life from accidents, and letting my life's problems and issues get to me, enough to where I made horrible choices and got myself stuck in some kind of limbo or glitch in this thing we call life? Quantum immortality, also known as quantum suicide, proposes that when we die, our conscience transfers to another reality, only we do not perceive that death. We would just wake up from a dream to go about our day as if nothing happened, only there would be slight differences there. Sadly, our families would know us as dead, and even go to work, funerals, etc. No one really knows what happens when we die. Even Musk thinks that we're living in a simulated matrix to where our mind just projects everything as we perceive it. I'm not sure what's going on for real, but if that is the case, I'm glad that I'm at least able to experience this physical reality with my family continually. It just breaks my heart to think that I left them with the pain in the past lives. Also, before I'm missed, I want to let it be known that I also experience a lot of out-of-body experiences, what people call astral projection, to where I float from my body, and sometimes it's fun, sometimes I feel like I'm being yanked or dragged in my body. I don't know why. I'm gonna end this here, but thank you for listening to my glitch in the Matrix story. So, 3 weeks ago, I went to a wedding with my boyfriend and his friends. There was one of those photo booths there, and we all took some photos. There were 8 strips of photos, 2 copies of 4. I ended up taking all the copies home as he had asked me to, and we agreed that I would give them to him when I saw him again. The following week, I went over to his house, and since I'm one of those people that packs the night before, I put the photos in my bag so I wouldn't forget them. One of the copies had actually gotten oil on them from some food, so I made sure to give him the nice ones and pack them quickly so nothing else would get on them. I was kind of talking out loud, so my flatmates knew what I was doing. They did not attend the wedding, but they also know him and saw the photos. This is relevant later. The next day, I see my boyfriend. I took the photos out of my bag before I did anything else. I put them on his bed and sat down after that, and he smiled at me in this really specific way, which is why I remember it really vividly. He was happy to get them and went on about our day. 2 days ago, I was actually thinking about those photos because I realized I wasn't sure where I put my copies. Then they were just right next to me. I counted my photos and realized I had an extra. 5, not 4. And I was confused because I had thought that I had given him all 4, but maybe I had forgotten to give him the 1. Well, today, 3 weeks later, he tells me that I never gave him the photos. Like he literally just told me right before making this post. He said it so casually, just asked me when he would get them. Well, here I am absolutely confused because I remember giving him the photos. I remember the memory exactly as I had described here. Sure enough, I look over and all 8 copies are right next to me. I kind of just froze and asked my flatmate about the day that I gave him the photos. She tells me that yes, I did give them to him, that she remembers me packing them, and that when I came home, I had even told her that he had been happy when he got them. But here they are, right in front of me, all 8 copies, and I apparently never gave them? Now I'm just really confused. My flatmate and I are the only ones who remember the fact that I gave them to him. And before anyone asks, no, this isn't a prank of some kind. My flatmate and boyfriend are not those type of people. And they don't talk much except for when he visits me. He's not gaslighting me about the fact that I didn't give them, because all the photos are literally on my bed as I type. He genuinely does not remember that happening because here, it never happened. Also, I took a break from writing this post for a bit to do other things, and it turns out I have 9 photos. One of the photos doesn't have a copy, but in my memory it did. But then that would mean that I had 10 photos at some point, so now I'm extra confused. The original poster did ask me to add some more context from the comments section. They and another user had a bit of back and forth. I will just read their parts, as I feel like they answered their other person's comments pretty well to give the details in just their comments, so here we go. I have a message that I sent to him with me saying, "Do you want all 8 photos or just one of each copy?" I did count the photos the next day and the day after that. I never threw out any of the photos. I wiped the oil off because it happened quickly. I kept the damaged ones for myself, and I could tell which ones were which, as the back of the photos feel different because of said oil. I'm kind of too sentimental to throw them out, and they didn't look bad or anything. I never packed all 8 photos when I went to see him. I packed only 4, which were the nice copies, the non-damaged backs. I remember checking before I left. The bag that I took, I also only use for going out, and since I don't go out much, the content never changes. That being said, I found all 8, or I guess 9, photos on my bed next to me yesterday. I didn't find them when I got home that day, I found them 2 weeks from the supposed day that I gave them to him, so yesterday. I also didn't find one pile in my bag and one next to me. I found all 9 photos right on my bed. But since I never unpack my bag except for putting my phone charger in and out, I never moved them. It was weird too, because I use this bed every day and I stare at the side that I found them on. It was so weird because the moment that he mentioned them, I went to check because I knew that only my copies were there, but his were lying there too, when I knew that they hadn't been before. There's a chance that I only had one copy of the mysterious 9th photo, since I actually found a photo that I sent him of just one set of the copies, and there's 5 strips of photos in there. But I counted specifically 8 because I had 4 doubles. It's just so weird because I have a memory of him thanking me for the photos and everything. I definitely did not take them back with me because if I did, they would have been in my bag, and not on my bed next to my head. In which case, I would have found them there when he asked yesterday. The flatmate doesn't go through my bag or anything for me, so it's not her either. I also leave my bag near the door in the common area. It's not in my bedroom, so any unpacking is done outside of it. The copies weren't there the night before, and all of a sudden they were, just as if they had always been there. Nobody had been in my room aside from me yet that day, as we had the conversation in the morning, and I sleep with the door locked. Comment 2. I already asked him yesterday. He doesn't remember me giving him the photos. I never dreamed it, though, since my flatmate remembers that day. She didn't come with me, but she remembers me putting them in my bag and talking about how I didn't want to forget to give them to him, and coming home talking about how happy I was when he got them. I asked her casually about the day that I gave them to him since I didn't want to influence what she said on accident, false memories, etc., but she recounted my memory exactly without me having to say anything else. When I pulled the photos out, she was just as confused as I was. Again, I don't unpack my bag when I get home. I didn't bring my phone charger that day, so I didn't even have a reason to open it and take the photos out. My own set of photos never left my room, and me and my flatmates never found any on the floor. And that's why I think it's weird, because I never moved the photos. I remember very clearly the night before yesterday that the only set of photos on the bed were my own. I'd even looked at my set a few times, went to bed, woke up, messaged my boyfriend. He asked me about his set of photos, and then they were there. Though I don't unpack when I get home, I open my bag again and go through it the next time I go out. I actually brought that same bag to a work event a week after I saw him. I really don't go out that much, so I had to check what was inside. No photos in any of the pockets, though. And comment 3. No, he understood it when I gave them to him. The interaction went like this. Me takes out photos. Oh, before I forget, here you go. And then I placed him on the bed. He looks at them and smiles and says thank you. I'm pretty sure he actually took them and moved them and put them either on his desk or to the side somewhere so they wouldn't be crushed. But he knew what I was taking them out for. We had agreed that I would bring them to his house for him to take the next time I saw him, and I had asked him if he wanted all the copies or just a set for himself, in which he told me to keep a set for myself and only bring one set for him. So, it was implied in both the texts and the physical conversations that the photos I was bringing were for him, and not my own set. Hi, Raven. First, a little bit about myself. I'm a staunch traditional Catholic, Latin Mass and everything. I even have a moderately successful Catholic YouTube channel which shall remain nameless. This is important because my mind is closed to many things, such as the idea that life is a simulation. Although I have come to realize, thanks to recent events showing many conspiracy theories to be fact, that our world is not what they, the proverbial they, tell us it is. I'm not offering any alternatives. I admit I don't know what the truth is, just that they are lying to us. On to my experience. I was sitting on my deck one night, enjoying a beer and watching the sun go down, enjoying the slow progression of the sky growing darker. Except, at one point, for several moments, it stopped. Then it jumped ahead to catch up to where it should be. Not a quicker, gradual darkening, but all at once. Like someone flipped a switch. Yes, that's it. Like someone just flipped a switch. If 0 is the brightness of the day and 10 is the darkness of the night, it jumped from 4 to 8 like that. Again, like someone just flipped a switch. I ran inside to tell my wife, daughter, and son-in-law as they were living with us, and apparently I'm not the only one who saw it. My son-in-law told me the next day that he saw online that many people had reported seeing the phenomenon, and that they had offered an explanation. Light reflection this, solar flare that, yada yada yada. That it was just an optical illusion. And of course, they always say it's an optical illusion, but who are you going to believe? Us, or your lying eyes? Around 2012, I had a missing time experience. My best friend and I rented a house together. We were both in our early 20s and working full-time jobs. I'm not sure why, but the house always gave me creepy vibes. I especially hated being alone in the house. Since we were young at the time, we were always looking for fun stuff to do. We lived in a college town that had kind of aged out of that lifestyle, so we found other hobbies. Chat roulette was a big thing back then, and we would get on there in the evening and talk to random people. One night we stayed up a little past midnight talking and laughing, drinking a little wine before going to bed. The next morning is when things got weird. I woke up as usual around 7 a.m. It took less than an hour to shower, get dressed, and to walk my dog. I only lived 5 minutes from where I worked, and I had to be at work by 8, so this was my usual routine. The time of year that it was still a little dark when I got up. My small dog slept with me, and I would give her morning pets and tell myself that I would take her out after my shower when it wasn't as dark. So I went to take my shower. I had one of those Jack and Jill bathrooms, and so I had to go into the bathroom and then shut the door leading into my housemate's bedroom. I remember hearing her alarm clock going off and she was still sleeping. I come out of my shower and go into my bedroom to see that it was bright daylight, and I grabbed my phone and saw that it was almost 9 a.m. I was supposed to be at work by 8. This would have meant that I had been in the shower for almost 2 hours. I know this couldn't have been because it was an old house and we did not have a lot of hot water. I was used to quick showers. While I'm holding my phone, I see I have a ton of missed calls. I listened to a voicemail from my dad saying that my boss had called him looking for me. He was my work emergency contact. Then there was a knock at my bedroom door. Not my house door, the actual door to my bedroom. It was a police officer doing a welfare check. I tell him I'm not dressed as I'm still in my towel for my shower, and I ask how he got into my home. He said that he came in because the door to my home was wide open. I thank him for coming to check and tell him that I'm okay, and he asks me to call my boss and let her know that I'm okay. He left, and I'm completely anxious and disoriented. I called my dad and then my boss and told them that I was okay, but that I had overslept. I didn't know how to explain what had really happened. I go check on my housemate's dog, who was still in his little kennel barking like crazy at this point. and locked the door to the house, which I guess the officer closed on his way out. I then called my best friend / housemate and told her everything. She was already at work at this point. She said that she remembered closing the door to the house, but apologized, thinking maybe she just didn't pull it together hard enough. I ended up going to work super late with wet hair still. I had a mean boss at the time, and I was so afraid that I would get fired for my unexplained tardiness. To this day, I don't know what happened between when I woke up and when I got out of the shower. Nothing else like this has ever happened again. But I did not sleep well after that. I was very weirded out. I've been listening to your stories for a while now, and I wish to share my most memorable glitch story. A few of my friends were told about this, but it's hands down the creepiest experience in all of my history of experiences. So, I lived in Philadelphia at the time. I believe it was 2001, maybe around April, and I worked in a home improvement retail store in Conshohocken, Pennsylvania. Oh, how I hope I said that correctly. One day, for whatever reason, I fell asleep on my bus from work to home in the Montauk area and ended up downtown. The driver woke me up at the last stop. I get up, but as I'm leaving the bus, I realize there's nobody around. This is Center City, Philadelphia, but there's no parked cars, no cars driving, no people walking, no sounds, nothing but still, mild air. No winds, nothing. Which is absolutely not normal at around 5 p.m. in Center City, Philadelphia. I believe I was on Allegheny Avenue. It's been a long time since, so I'm not sure of what crossroad I was at. Finally, I see a group of people come out of a building directly across from the bus stop. It's the mayor of Philadelphia and his security guards, so 3 people, including the mayor. I walk towards the security to ask when the next bus comes, or how to get to Chestnut Avenue from there, where another 9 bus would come to take me back to Manayunk. The guard didn't seem to see me or reach for his sidearm or put up his hand, even though I was inches from him. He couldn't see me or hear me. He didn't acknowledge my existence, and I was unfortunately unfamiliar with this particular intersection where my bus should not have left me off to begin with. As Chestnut should be the last stop on the 9 route before it turns and heads back to Manayunk, and if shift is over, the East Falls stop is usually the last where you'd switch to another 9 bus, because that's the closest terminal. Or, I could literally walk from East Falls to my house. Anyway, I only knew that I didn't know how to get to Chestnut from there, so I walk in the direction of the setting sun. Thankfully, it was setting because I knew Manayunk was northwest of Center City, no matter what part you're in. Anyway, I walk that way for seemingly an hour and finally hit Walnut Lane, and finally noise, cars, and people resumed. And I had already passed through some of the most populated areas of Philadelphia, including Roosevelt Boulevard, but was still in this weird absence of life and civilization. Although the sun should have done set in the time that I was walking, it also didn't set until I came into the house. I had a phone at the time also, but it wasn't letting me pull up maps or call home. It said that there was no service on it. So that's my weirdest glitch story. Or maybe entering and exiting an interdimensional bubble? The street is suspiciously close to Penn's Landing, too, which is where the Philadelphia experiment supposedly took place. I believe it really did, because I think it's caused this glitch, and something residual that occurs on and off since. Hey Birdman, it's your favorite fearsome hero. I've finally gotten around to writing out this story and actually sending it to you, just like I said I would a year ago. As always, love your narrations. Tell the wife hi, and thanks for reading. Thank you, Fearsome. I have noticed there are many driving-related glitches. These stories always remind me of the story that I've been meaning to send your way, but because I'm usually on the road when listening to your narrations, I can't stop to write. And, of course, by the time I'm able to, I've forgotten. This was before I was familiar with the phenomenon of glitches in the Matrix. In 2013 to 2014, I worked at a small private group home from 3 p.m. to 10 p.m. It was a great job, and the environment was laid back. I even brought my dogs to work, usually switching between my ex's boxer mix and my very pudgy rat terrier. One dark winter night, I experienced a strange glitch on my way home that I still think about. The roads weren't great, but that's common in Minnesota, and most people in my area, including myself, are cautious drivers. A short part of my way home involves driving on a slightly curved road that cuts across a narrow part of a lake. There are no guardrails and hardly any shoulders. This section is particularly treacherous in the winter, because the flat lake allows the wind to blow snow onto the road. Despite this, it was the best and shortest way for me to get home. As I was driving along this road, I saw headlights coming in the opposite direction. At first, I thought nothing of it, until I realized the car was not following the curve of the road. Instead, it was drifting directly toward me. I quickly understood that I couldn't dodge them without risking losing control of my vehicle. Bracing for impact, I closed my eyes right as the headlights were mere inches away. But instead of feeling a crash, there was nothing. No sensation. Not even a sound. Just nothing. It was like life paused for a split second. When I opened my eyes, I found myself stopped in the middle of the road. I looked in my rearview mirror and saw the car continuing down the road as if nothing had happened. It was dark, so I never saw the driver. Before anyone thinks differently, I know this car was going to hit me head on. There was no doubt about it. But after taking a moment to process what had just happened, I looked over at the passenger seat to see my rat terrier fast asleep. There was nothing left for me to do apart from continuing to drive home, thankful but utterly confused. I drove on this road many times after this event, and every time I couldn't help but wonder what happened that night. How did this car move through mine? How was there no impact? What would I have seen if I had kept my eyes open, and would that have changed anything? A year or so ago, I visited an antique store in my neighborhood that I frequented relatively often. I use the word antique loosely, as this particular store was ran by a family that owned the building they were in and had a habit of purchasing people's estates sight unseen. So you can imagine how packed this place was. The store is near impossible to navigate, as they have piles and piles of disorganized merchandise that is similarly set up to the Antique Shop episode of Nathan For You. The store was also known to service a large portion of my city's local theaters for things like costumes and props. I can't stress enough that this place was filled to the brim with product that had been sitting for well over 20 years. I'm with my husband looking through a bin of old maps on one side of their basement. I do a quick look around the general area that I'm standing near, as this basement has incredibly low ceilings that my husband is too tall to maneuver comfortably, and a maze of shelves of miscellaneous metalware, then accented by a back wall lined with Easter Bunny costumes that were truly terrifying to me, ultimately discouraging me from looking any further into this basement. We leave the basement, and I'm looking around at random things on the upper level, and I go to pull my phone out to take a picture of something, but my phone isn't in my pocket. I begin to retrace my steps, as I realize this is probably the worst place to lose my phone. I returned to the basement with the creepy costumes and retraced my steps there. The area that I was in was maybe 20 square feet, but this basement expands throughout what is essentially a quarter of a city block under this building. I ask my husband to call me, but my phone's on vibrate, and whatever little sound is being silenced by the insane amount of costumes and fabric down here. I expand my search in the basement with my husband continuing to call me, stepping over old milk jugs, rotary telephones. Think of any obsolete technology, and it was in this basement, and I was stepping over it. I eventually find my phone sitting on a high shelf toward the back of the room, an area that I hadn't initially visited, and was difficult to get to on a shelf where the items on top weren't exactly visible to me. I don't know how it got there, but it certainly wasn't myself or my husband that put it there, as we were together the entire time. I left with the willies, and I haven't been back since. This story isn't as crazy as many of the stories here, but it freaked me out at the time, and is my only real glitch in the Matrix experience. For context, this happened in 2010 or 2011, when I was 18 and my sister was 13 or 14. Our city's baseball team had won the World Series that year, and my family, my mom, dad, sister, and myself, went downtown for the celebratory parade. We arrived downtown about 15 minutes before the parade began, and found a decent spot to stand, right up front. Me, being an avid people watcher, began scanning the sea of people standing on the other side of the street. That's when I noticed a girl my sister's age standing almost directly across from my sister, and I became fixated on her. She was turned, talking to her family. But when she turned back to face the street, I couldn't believe my eyes. She looked identical to my little sister, who was standing right beside me. And I don't mean just your typical doppelganger. My sister is a skinny, white, blonde girl, so we've seen other girls who look like her over the years, but this was different. They were like mirror images of each other. She even had on the same glasses and t-shirt, and same colored jeans on. The only difference was this girl's hair was pushed back, and my sister always had her hair hanging in her face at that age. I was a bit speechless for a minute, and then got the attention of my parents and said, "Hey, that girl over there looks like Brenna." They looked, and I could see that they were also a bit taken aback by just how much they looked alike, and they agreed with me and pointed her out to my sister. As soon as my sister noticed her, the other girl noticed her at the same time, and they just stared at each other for a minute. At this point, we were all silent and just looking at this girl that looked like my sister. The other girl's parents noticed us staring, and then noticed my sister, and even though they didn't acknowledge us, I could tell they were thinking the same things we were. I could tell they noticed the resemblance and were weirded out. I had my digital camera with me, and I discreetly zoomed in on her, and even took a picture because I knew people would not believe us when we told them. The zoomed-in picture was even freakier. It looked like I had just taken a photo of my actual sister. The parade started not long after, so we turned our attention to that for a moment, and when I looked back across the street a few moments later, the girl and her family were gone. We never saw them again. The other weird part of the story, which is the reason why I'm sharing it, is that I made a Facebook photo album that evening with all the pictures I took from the parade, including the picture of my sister's doppelganger, with a caption that said something like, "You may think this is Brenna, but it's not. Isn't that freaky?" I recall receiving many comments from people who were stunned at the resemblance. A few years later, I was telling a friend about it and went to the Facebook album to show them, and the photo was gone. All the other photos from that day were still there except for that one. I guess Facebook could have removed it for some reason, but it didn't make sense why just that photo would have been removed. Anyway, I know it's not that crazy of a story compared to many others shared here, but I still vividly remember how weirded out and uneasy my sister and I were after that experience. And thanks for reading. I want to start by saying I consider myself a very observant person. I'm horrible with names, but I will remember a face. This is what makes me confident enough to share this story. My wife and I went to Louisiana for her best friend's wedding. It was a long trip from where we lived in the upper Midwest, but it was worth it. Her friend's family made us feel so welcomed, like we were honestly a part of their family. We did the normal wedding stuff, rehearsals and other things, but we also just hung out in general. After the rehearsal, the wedding party, and both the bride and groom's family, it went out to eat at this Mexican restaurant. And this was a massive party though, so my social battery was dying really quickly. I told my wife that I needed to go to the bathroom, which I genuinely did, but it was also an excuse to get a quick recharge. I feel that. Now this is where it gets unsettling. I did my business and started washing my hands. That's when this man walked in. I'll never forget how he looked. He was a heavy-set Caucasian dude. He had a close-cropped beard and wore an extremely loud and almost ridiculous cowboy outfit. He came in smiling at me and washing his hands. We exchanged greetings like usual, and then he complimented my shirt. It was a Spider-Man No Way Home shirt. I thanked him, and he said he loved superheroes too, and that he had a full collection of Christopher Reeve's Superman films at his house. I thought it was a normal thing to boast, but then it hit me that, out of all the superhero movies he could choose, he picked my favorite Superman. I brushed it off as coincidence and said goodbye. We both walked out, him behind me. As I was walking back to my seat, I suddenly heard the same dude, clear as day, say my name out loud. I spun around since he was right behind me and he was gone. I looked around and he was nowhere to be seen. It genuinely freaked me out because I never even mentioned my name to him, and it was almost impossible for him to leave the restaurant that quickly. I told my wife and she chalked it up to a coincidence. The rest of the wedding planning went well, but then the reception came around. I was having an absolute blast, not drinking a thing, mind you, I was underage at the time, when I spotted this dude, bald, everywhere beside his eyebrows, just staring at me. I stared back at him, and considering my last experience, I started making my way towards him. I made it to where he was, and he was gone. I looked everywhere around the party, accounted for every face, and nobody matched. I had chills for a while before trying to shake it off and enjoy the party. Fast forward 3 months later, and my wife and I moved down south to the Carolinas. We were looking for a place since we were staying with my parents, so we checked out a town that some friends were living at. This town is about 3 hours from my parents. And while out to eat with them, I went to the bathroom again. As soon as I was done in the stall, I turned the corner of the stall to the sink and almost ran into someone. I looked up, and it was the same man from Louisiana. He wasn't wearing the cowboy outfit, nor did he speak. He just smiled at me, and it wasn't a genuine smile. He smiled only in his mouth. The rest of his face wasn't smiling. I stood shocked, and I looked at this other dude in there, and that's when I realized the other stall was open. He didn't need to wait for my stall. The guy just walked into the stall, still smiling at me. I went back to my seat and told my wife, in which she got chills. Our seat was in front of the restrooms, so I watched intently to see if he would come out so I could show her, but he never did. I rushed back into the bathroom to see if he was still in there, and the stall was empty. I'm still freaked out by this. It seems almost impossible for someone to follow us that much, literally across states. I'll update this further if anything develops. I don't know who is following me or if they have good intentions or not. Update: I just had an experience in a bathroom. I went into a stall in a restaurant, and while I'm going, I hear someone come in. I leave the stall and see them standing in the handicapped stall behind the partition wall. The door to the stall was open, and they were facing the partition wall, not going. They stayed that way until I left the bathroom, just standing there not moving. I never saw their face, just their shoes. Brown leather work boots. Nobody else was in the bathroom. Hello, Raven. I want to start off by saying that I've found solace in listening to you narrate these inexplicable experiences of ours. Thank you for creating a safe space for us to share them. Your channel has become what I'll call my favorite bedtime story when I'm struggling to wind down at night. Well, thank you. I recently had a strange experience that led me here, my first glitch. I'm used to having experiences that are more on the paranormal side, the darker side of the paranormal, so this experience was completely new for me, and almost like a breath of fresh air considering my usual very dark paranormal experiences. I'm a truck driver, and I was driving down the interstate to a place called Thackerville, Oklahoma. Little to no scenery, so I was just enjoying my music playing through my headset. I looked to the left lane and noticed these two very nice cars passing me. I'm pretty sure they were BMWs. BMW i8s to be exact. One of my all-time favorite cars. There was a white one and a yellow one. They were identical, just two different colors. It was obvious that they were traveling together, and I would assume maybe to like some car event or something. I was in the right lane, since 18-wheelers should always travel in the right lane. I'm watching this white BMW and yellow BMW pass me in the left lane. There was a Walmart semi-truck in front of them, driving very slowly. The Walmart semi eventually gets over in front of me in the right lane to let the BMWs pass. I was completely captivated by these two cars because of how nice they were, and watched them pass until they were almost completely out of my view. I see both cars continue up the interstate, and eventually, I can no longer see them. At this point, I go back to listening to music, and I'm skipping through various songs because they don't match my mood. I skipped through songs for maybe 25 seconds max until I found the one I wanted to listen to. I know at some point I did a quick glance over at my phone on the dash to actually look at the name of a song, but I quickly shifted my eyes back to the road. Here is where my reality completely shifted somehow. I look over to the left lane again, and see the same two BMWs passing me. The white one and the yellow one. I see the same Walmart semi-truck in front of them. The Walmart semi gets over in front of me in the right lane and lets the two BMWs pass, again. I instantly get chills because I knew something strange had happened. I almost felt like I was stuck in some sort of loop, and thought that I would see the event happen even a third time. My thoughts were racing and nothing made sense in the moment. I turn off my music to think clearly and replay the entire event in my mind to make sure there was nothing I missed. But I vividly remember there being no exits or anything on this stretch where the event occurred. No exits, no turnaround spots, nothing. Just a desolate long stretch on the interstate with very little traffic. What bothered me the most is me not realizing how the Walmart semi somehow glitched back into the left lane again without me noticing. As if I wished I would have caught the glitch in action somehow. I also want to make it clear that I was not sleep-deprived, nor was I hallucinating. It didn't take long for me to realize that I had experienced something completely unexplainable, something that I would struggle to put into words because I was trying to process what even happened. I drove in silence for maybe the next hour or so, because I was still trying to process what happened, and how it happened, and also hoping that my brain was okay. I didn't know how to explain this occurrence to anyone without sounding like I was completely losing my mind. I knew it would be hard to explain seeing an entire event play out maybe 25 seconds before it actually did. Before this experience, I had never heard of time slips or timeline jumping, so it led me down a rabbit hole and on a quest for answers. I've had another similar glitch since. Both happened within a period of 2 weeks. The two glitches I have experienced have completely changed my view on reality and our existence as a whole. I feel that I finally got my own personal confirmation that we are existing in another dimension simultaneously, which I've always believed. Thank you for taking the time to read my story, and I hope it helps anyone out there trying to understand and navigate this side of reality. Sending love and light. A couple of months ago, I bought my partner a new cordless mower to replace the old one. The main reason for the purchase was because the cord was cracked in several places, and the cracks were covered by insulation tape in 5 or 6 spots, and in some spots the wires were visible. I distinctly remember retaping a couple of spots over the years. I've been with my partner for 12 years. This was her lawnmower, and she had taped the spots herself. She's the gardener of the house, and whenever she mowed the lawn, I would warn her not to step on the broken spots on the cord for fear of electrocution, as she did me on the very few times that I mowed. This carried on for years until I bought the new one. I didn't tell her that I bought one, but when it arrived, I told her it was because it was lighter for her, but mainly because of the cord issues. She thanked me and we started spring with a new mower. A couple of weeks later, I'm rooting through the garage and I noticed what I presumed to be a new bright yellow cord on the old mower. The old one was gray, was tatty, and was taped in spots. When my partner came home from work, I asked her when she had got it replaced. She looked at me blankly and said that it had not been replaced, that the yellow cord had always been on the mower. I reminded her of the reason I told her for getting a new one. She said that she wasn't sure what I meant about the cord, but chose not to say anything, so I went through everything I have written with her. I remember all the light-hearted warnings regarding the cord. I remember taping several spots all over a 12-year period, but she has no idea what I'm talking about. The lawnmower is the only one she's ever had, and nothing was ever wrong with the cord, and it has never been replaced. And we've never made any electrocution jokes regarding the cord. I simply cannot explain it. This happened to me 3 days ago. I'm still in a shock/disbelief/slightly scared mindset. So I've lived in my current home just a year this week. When I moved in, I had a small vase with fake thistle and heather in it. I had owned the vase for many years previous to this, and it had survived 3 house moves so far. It lived in various places in the new house since we moved it, either on my fireplace, on my side table, or in my hallway. It moved out of the hallway permanently as the windowsill it was on had a leak over winter, and there was nowhere else for it to go in the hall. My 3-year-old smashed said vase around 6 months ago when she knocked it off the fireplace, and myself and my 2 eldest daughters laughed at the old Hubba Bubba chewing gum wrappers that they had stashed in there many years previously. I actually remember saying out loud, I've had this vase since first address. I'm gutted. Circle rounds to this week. My 3-year-old was playing a peekaboo game in the porch with me and the older girls, and to hide from her behind the door, we had to squish up to the wall, and my oldest daughter parked her bottom on the small window ledge in the hallway. It's a 60 centimeter wide and around 15 centimeters deep, if that. There's nothing there. I come out of the lounge less than half an hour later to go upstairs, and sat there on the windowsill is the vase, intact, on the edge of the sill. Instantly I recoiled and shouted, "Oh my god, what is that doing there?" I was dumbfounded but scared at the actual unknownness of it reappearing. All 4 kids came to the stairway/hallway thinking I'd seen a spider or something, and upon seeing the vase, my eldest goes, How? Mom, we literally sat there half an hour ago and that was a smashed vase." She even repeated the gum wrapper anecdote. I have no idea how it's ended up back here. I do have small psychic tendencies and thoughts that manifest days later, knowing when people are going to pass, etc., but this has thrown my head. To stop the kids worrying, I said, "Right, let's Google the meaning of the flowers, as it has to be a sign." Sure enough, if you Google them, they bring protection. Funnily enough, though, this isn't the only glitch I've experienced in this house. I was cooking a cottage pie and opened the lid on the Worcestershire sauce. It span, hit me, in the stovetop, and then never hit the ground. My kitchen is 2 by 2 meters floor space. No gaps in the kickboards or under the washer or oven are even big enough. I've never found the lid to the bottle. I scoured the floor on my hands and knees to no avail. And I have no logical explanations for both incidents. My tattoo went on a walkabout. My forearm has a line of individual symbols. They represent a specific time in my life with people I was once very close to. We're all still friends, but you know how life can get in the way of frequent hangouts as we get older. And I just realized that the tattoo turns 10 in July, if that matters. Each of these symbols are plain black lines, nothing fancy. Think along the idea of a simple heart, square, circle kind of deal. There are more than 3, though. We each had the symbol that represented ourselves colored in, and kept it very simple by going in order of age. The oldest has the first mark colored in, the next oldest has the second, third has the third, and so on. Our group has a wide age range, the oldest being 7 years senior to next in line, the closest gap being 5 years apart. It's not like we're talking about a few months or a handful of years apart. I'm pretty darn confident on my own age, and where I am in the lineup. I'm not deep in the middle child zone either. But the one that represents me, the only colored one, has changed locations. So obviously I made a few calls. No one else has noticed a change on theirs. I sent out pictures of mine, and the person I swapped with reports their color ink faded out within the last few years and they only have the black lines. And cue the confusion amongst the group. It's agreed that this would have been noticed the day we all got them, or at some point over the last decade. My friends are not as open to this sort of subject, so it's just been left at how weird that we never realized. And this would not be my first glitch, nor will it be the first time. I would rather believe my memory is slipping. However, just like the glitch that got me believing, it feels like I have witnesses. Why are they just as confused if it was only my own memory? And that is what brings me here to share. I was late for an appointment and was speeding up a hill with a curve at the top. Right as I came around the curve, I saw that there was an accident with injuries directly in front of me, taking up both lanes. Both lanes coming from the other direction had drivers that had slowed down so they could rubberneck, and people had already started to gather on the sidewalk to my right, so I couldn't get around the accident on either side. I quickly assessed that there was no way that I could avoid hitting them, and I knew that if I stayed tense, I would sustain worse injuries, so I shut my eyes and relaxed as much as I could, as quickly as I could, and waited for the impact. And waited. But the car kept moving. I opened my eyes to see 2 clear lanes ahead of me, and when I looked in the rearview mirror, I could see the accident behind me. To this day, I wonder what the people on the sidewalk saw. Edit. I'm having an unexpectedly strong reaction to other people's identical stories. This happened when I was in my 20s. I'm now in my late 60s, and I've told people this story before. I've shared it in a pre-social media group. I'm sure that I've shared it on Reddit before, and I've shared it in a Facebook group before, and this is the first time I can remember anyone responding with the same experience, let alone so many people. I said this in a comment last night, but I want to repeat it here. I think the reason that I'm sitting here tearing up is because some part of me has never been 100% sure this actually happened. I mean, come on. Growing up in white American culture, especially being born in 1957, how do you make sense of something like this? How could this be real? So finding out that even a relatively small number of people have experienced the exact same thing is finally confirmation that it did indeed actually happen. I mean, the chances of me completely imagining every detail of something so specific that I had never heard of or dreamed about before, something supposedly is so impossible, and then finding out it happened to a bunch of other people but never really happened to me? Clearly, that's not the case. And somebody asked me why I didn't just slam on the brakes, which is an excellent and obvious question. This happened 40 plus years ago, and I honestly don't remember why I didn't. I stumbled upon your podcast, and I'm listening to the 71st Glitch in the Matrix episode. These stories made me feel like you might appreciate my story. About 3 years ago, I was in my work vehicle driving to a job when I noticed a small black dot in my periphery. I thought nothing of it until I realized it wasn't moving with the passing scenery. I thought maybe it was my vision, so I shifted my gaze in its direction, testing to see if the black dot would move. It didn't move. And now I realize that it's in my vehicle. The black dot had to have been no bigger than a dime, and it had a blue ring on its outer edge. I couldn't look at it for long because my eyes needed to be on the road. However, shortly after looking away from it, it was gone. Poof, out of existence. I felt so strange having witnessed it. The only thing I could think of was that it was a tiny black hole. Stephen Hawking theorized that there are tiny black holes all around us. However, the incident was so short-lived, I decided to keep it to myself. Later that day, I was home watching TV with my husband. We'd ordered pizza for dinner and were just waiting for it to arrive. At one point, my husband gets up to walk out of the room when he turns to me and says, "I'm in the mood for carrot cake." I scrunched up my face in confusion. "What?" I asked. "My husband hates carrot cake." He proceeds to repeat himself. "Yeah, carrot cake sounds good." And then I state, "But you hate carrot cake." My husband just shrugs his shoulder and walks away. Shortly after this incident, the pizza arrives and I make my way to the kitchen. I stop short when I see my mom eating pizza. She never eats pizza. My husband and 2 boys are huge fans of pizza, so we eat it often. However, my mom is lactose intolerant, so she usually steers clear of anything with cheese. When I ask why she's eating pizza, she simply states that she wanted some. When I point out that she never eats pizza, she nonchalantly said, "I like it when it's hot." At this point, I'm feeling super uneasy, and I tell my mom and husband about the possible black hole, or wormhole, that appeared in my car. I know this all sounds ridiculous, but I am and was completely serious. My mom asks me something along the lines of, "So you're not supposed to be here?" And I said, "Definitely not this dimension." It's not like my husband forgot that he didn't like carrot cake, or my mom was suddenly not lactose intolerant, but it's those little things that if we point them out to passerbys and proclaim this isn't right, we would be carted off to the loony bin. However, the subtlety of the changes feels like road signs. If you're not paying attention, you may miss a sign or two. However, sometimes, you notice signs you've never seen before and realize you might not be in Kansas anymore. And I'm not saying that I know for a fact what happened to me, I'm just pointing out an odd occurrence. I guess if I did jump timelines, I'm doing okay here, and I would hope that the other me is doing well, too. I have never really been one to remember my dreams, and the ones I do remember never mean anything. They're just the really weird ones that don't do anything for me. But about 2 weeks ago, I had a strange dream that stuck with me more than normal. It was a really vivid dream about me getting home from work. I don't live too far from work, a few miles at most, so I've actually taken to riding my bike instead of driving. At least until it gets really hot. Then I'll just take the car. Anyways, in this dream I was biking home, riding in the bike lane and careful not to cause problems for the people in their cars. In this dream I was stopped at a light right next to a white Toyota Prius. I remember that very specifically. I was sitting there, just waiting for the light to turn green, when I looked over at the Prius and noticed they had a little dog in the back seat that was staring at me. I smiled, thinking it was a cute pup, which caused me to glance back a bit and see that there was a black pickup truck coming in our direction way too fast. I look over and for a split second, I can see the driver. It's some kid, probably 17 at most, and he's staring down at his cell phone, completely oblivious to the car stopped in front of him. I'm just watching this truck barrel toward the red light, thinking that I'm about to see a wreck. But then, at the last second, this kid looks up and sees the stopped Prius and slams on his brakes. However, he doesn't just slam his brakes, he also veers. And guess which direction he veers? Right at me, in the bike lane. Right as I would have been likely killed by this truck, I woke up in a cold sweat with my heart pounding, and I felt like I was having a panic attack. The dream felt real, and the whole thing was absolutely horrifying, but I talked myself out of the stupor. It was a dream, nothing more. Like I said, I don't even remember most of them, so it didn't mean much to me at the time. That day, when I was on my way home, I started again in my normal direction, when I randomly thought about that dream. It kind of freaked me out, and I thought about the fact that I would be heading in the direction of where that dream, I guess, took place. And for some stupid reason, my brain panicked and told me to stop at the CVS near that corner to get something to drink. So I did. I decided that I would go in and get a Powerade instead of going straight home. I rode up to near that stoplight, got up over the sidewalk, and walked my bike to park it outside of the CVS. I was close enough to that light that I could see it, and something told me to look up. There, at the light, was a white Prius, just waiting for it to turn green. I got hit with this weird feeling in my stomach and looked back down the road, thinking that there was no way I would see a black truck. But when I looked, there it was. That black truck going way too fast, and the driver clearly not paying attention. I watched as he got closer and closer, and then heard the squeal of the tires as he tried to not hit the Prius and veered to the right. He clipped the Prius and smashed his truck straight into a streetlight pole on the corner. As I watched him smash his truck into the pole, I kept thinking that I would have been right there. I would have been sitting there between his truck and that light pole, had I not decided to stop at that CVS. One of the clerks ran out of the CVS to ask what had happened, as they'd probably heard the crashing. I mentioned that the truck hit the pole, and they said that they would go call the police to handle it, since it looked like a pretty bad wreck. The kid ended up needing to go to the hospital. He was pretty banged up. The lady and the dog in the Prius, and yes, it was that same dog from my dream, were shaken up, but they were alright. I stood there, honestly shaking, unable to really move from the bike rack. I ended up giving a statement to the police, explaining what I saw from where I was. Then I went in and got my Powerade, just trying to continue living like nothing had happened, like I hadn't barely missed my own demise. So, was this dream some kind of premonition, or quantum immortality where I was put in the same situation a second time? I'm struggling to move past it, but I figured asking this here would be a good idea since the comments seem to always have their own ideas. It was just crazy how detailed the dream was, and how I remembered every little step in the dream, and how, because I had that strange dream, I may have actually avoided a date with the Grim Reaper. This happened on February 18th, 2024, in Grapevine, Texas. I woke up early Sunday morning to take my dogs to a dog park near my apartment. I had been there a few times before this incident, so I'm very familiar with the park. We arrived at 7:30 a.m., and were the only ones there. Not just at the dog park, though. My truck was the only car in the lot, and this park is on an exit of the highway, so there's nothing around it either. I felt a little uneasy, like I was being watched, but I'd been there before and it was a safe area, so I pushed past that odd feeling. I brought a tennis ball and a chuck-it ball thrower. For those that don't know, it's a long stick with a ball-shaped structure to keep a rubber ball in place, allowing you to throw a ball harder and further for your dog. The ball it comes with is made of rubber and slightly smaller than a tennis ball. Well, I had previously lost the official ball that comes with the chuck-it, and so I was using a tennis ball that I had in my truck. Since the part that holds the ball was too small, it was difficult to fit the tennis ball in and have a decent throw. Anyway, I was throwing the ball for my dog, and while she chased it a few times, it had bounced off of a fence. I then threw the ball again, and it went straight through the fence and completely disappeared. At first, I was confused. My dog began running around and sniffing for the ball near the fence line. This fence isn't a chain link fence where the ball could easily fit through if thrown hard enough. It's a metal fence with small openings, maybe an inch or so wide, and there were no breaks or large gaps in any part of it. It was in perfect condition. I began to walk over, looking around in disbelief, but I was still alone, and when I reached the fence line, it finally clicked, and I made sense of it all. I watched the ball go straight through the fence and into a ditch that was sectioned off for construction. I scanned the park again to see if anyone had come around by then, but I was alone. And that whole incident happened only 15 minutes after we had arrived, though it felt like hours had passed by then. And again, I still felt like I was being watched. I believe that there's no such thing as a coincidence, so I packed up and left. I never attempted to retrieve the ball, and I never went back to that park. I was living in Jacksonville, Florida from the time around 2014 or so, frequently working at many malls as a contractor for many stores. There was a trend in fast fashion stores, such as Forever 21, around the time of selling clothes with upside-down crosses. It was like when you entered these stores in this time period, you couldn't not see the upside-down cross print on everything. I thought it was pretty lame as I had grown up in the punk scene, and this was kind of ironic that they would sell these upside-down crosses on printed dresses, shirts, bags, etc., for the average person to seem punk or metal. I don't know. That was just my take on it. So between jobs, I stopped to get gas. I had gotten out of my truck and placed my cell phone on top of the edge of the truck, near the gas tank. I zoned out for a moment, just waiting for my tank to be full. I was looking towards the double doors of the front of the gas station, and a girl walked out of the station wearing a large shirt with a big upside-down cross on it. In my head, I said, "Oh my god, this trend has to stop. It looks stupid." The minute my thoughts stopped, my phone fell off my truck on top of the pavement. I tepidly tried to catch it in fear that it broke. When I picked it up, the calculator app was open and 66.6 was typed out on my phone. I was so taken off guard, my hair stood up on my arms. I looked around as if to see if I was hallucinating. I've always had a lock screen. I did not use the calculator app that day or that week. How the hell did my phone fall somehow, unlock, go to that app, and type in that number in literally 1 second? It was one of the first times I thought something is really insane about reality and possibility. I'm not religious at all, but for that moment, I felt like something was trying to send me a message. I recently started listening to your Glitch podcast, starting with number 74. Thank you. It got me thinking about something that happened to me, female 22, years ago. So long ago that I don't exactly remember my age, but it was between 11 and 14. My mother bought my older sister and I matching purity rings. The only difference is that mine was significantly smaller than my sister's. A purity ring is also known as a chastity ring or abstinence ring, and it's a type of ring worn by some individuals, often teenagers and young adults, to symbolize a commitment to remain sexually abstinent until marriage. The practice is commonly associated with certain religious groups. She bought them online. They came in little boxes with blue silky bags that fit each box perfectly. I never really cared much for the ring, mainly because it was too small for all of my fingers except for my pinky, for which it was too big. Anyway, one day early in the morning, my family packed the car up for an ABKC dog show. Not the typical kind of show that most people think of when you say dog show. There are no tricks. It's more like prancing your dog around to show off the best of each breed. Most of the owners like to keep their dogs in their kennels just to keep them safe from all the other unknown people and dogs. On this particular day, I decided to wear this ring that I didn't care for much, for no reason in particular. It didn't fit, as I mentioned before, but I found this elastic thread, I think from a sweater or something, I don't remember, and I tied the thread around the ring and the other side on my wrist. So when it fell off my pinky, it would bounce and I could put it back on. And shortly after we set up at the show, I decided to look around. All the shows I had been to before were in buildings, but this one was outside under a large metal pavilion with concrete floors. Before I headed off to look at all the brands set up in the booths around the center of a track for the dogs to walk around, my mother noticed the string on my wrist. She said that it looked trashy, to take the elastic band off and throw it away. I tried to explain my reasoning for wearing it, but she insisted on me taking it off, telling me to pocket the ring so I don't need to worry about it falling off. I did as she told me, but instead of putting the ring in my pocket, I put it back on and started walking off. I didn't even make it halfway across the pavilion before I felt the ring slip off of my pinky and heard it bounce on the concrete. I immediately looked down at the floor, searching for a tiny silver ring that was nowhere to be found. I searched everywhere in the area for my ring, including my pockets, just in case it was something else I heard hitting the concrete at the same time my ring came off. But it was nowhere. So we went home that day without my ring. Fast forward to a few years later, the washing machine in our house overfilled, flooded into my bedroom, and forced us to clear the room and replace the carpet. My parents removed my bed, which left a huge patch of mess on the floor for me to clean, since shoving things under my bed was my go-to. It took forever, but as I made my way through most of the mess, I noticed a little ring lying up against the wall, like it had fallen off and slid underneath my bed. I noticed immediately that it was very small, like mine was. I checked to see if my sister still had her ring, and she did. As a child, the only thing I could think of as an explanation was God or a demon, but a demon made no sense to me. So, God was my only answer. But now that I've had a very long, thorough search of conspiracies, I'm beginning to think it was a glitch. It wasn't until I started listening to your podcast that I made this connection. I just told my dad about that story earlier today. He said maybe it fell in my shoe, but even that made no sense to me. The dog shows lasted for most of the day. I was walking around all day, and I think I would feel something like that in my shoe. Also, I have never and will never be on my bed with shoes on, so how it ended up under my bed is forever a mystery. I don't know what happened to that ring. I've moved several times since I got the ring back. I put it back into the box after that happened, not wanting to lose the gift my mother gave me, but still ended up losing it. If I find it again, it's definitely going to be another glitch in our weird matrix. This is kind of weird. I've stated in the past how much I love glitch stories, but I've never experienced one, but maybe I just did. This glitch could have happened a day ago, or maybe last August, or any place in between. I have a pretty close group of friends, 5 of us, and for the sake of the story, there's me, friend 1, friend 2, friend 3, and the groom. So, last August, the groom announces that he's getting married and mails out physical wedding invitations to the rest of us, because he had moved to a city about 6 hours away, and we rarely see him anymore. But we still stay in touch through online video games and maintain a pretty good friendship, despite the distance. I received my invitation like normal, and the wedding is to be held in the town that me, friend 1, friend 2, and friend 3 live, because it's our hometown, and the groom and his bride-to-be have family still living here, so that makes sense. Plus, his bride-to-be still lives here, as he is just living in another city while attending college. Anyway, the 5 of us have been talking about his wedding off and on, whether in person or in game lobbies, and we have all been getting pretty excited as the date is in just 3 weeks. But maybe in the past 2 months, friend 3 and groom have been out of contact somewhat. I mean, no texts, no online games, nothing. That's understandable, life can get in the way. None of us thought anything of it. Oh, and I almost forgot. When I received the invitation, I read it and noted the place, date, and time that the wedding will take place, and discussed it with my other 3 friends for travel arrangements, and that I will be the DD, as I don't drink alcohol at all. I put the invitation in the top drawer of my TV stand, which I put only receipts that I need to keep for warranty purposes in, so there's not a lot of clutter. Its contents are kept pretty orderly. Now, here's the glitch. Myself, friend 1, and friend 2 were at the mall, and we bump into friend 3, who we have not talked to in 2 months, maybe more, and he asks how we are getting to the groom's wedding and if we have booked hotel rooms, and if we're all going to share a room. Confused, the 3 of us say why would we need a hotel, and that I was planning on driving everyone home. Friend 3, equally confused, says how when the wedding is in another city, not our hometown, and no, not the city that the groom is going to college in, but another city further away. We then argue, saying, no, pretty sure it's here in our hometown. We've all been talking about it for the past year. So we decide to call up the groom and settle this. No answer. Now, all of us are in a panic, and we decide that we will just all go home and find the invitations. I get home and go open the top drawer of my TV stand, and the invitation is not there. I think, okay, it's gotta be in a different drawer. I searched everywhere in my house and could not find the invitation. I text our group chats, and none of us can find our invitations. Finally, we get in touch with the groom, and he confirms that friend 3 is right. The wedding is in another city. It's awkward because friend 1 and friend 2 and myself all swear that the invitations said the wedding would be in our hometown, and that even talking about it online in Discord that the groom had confirmed it verbally to the 4 of us, and that is when and where we decided that I would be the DD, and would drive everyone home. No harm, no foul, I guess. I'm just glad that we got it sorted out before the wedding date. But the weird part is, where are the invitations? I know for a fact what mine said, and I know for a fact where I placed it so that it wouldn't get lost or thrown out. My friends can be a bit absent-minded, and maybe 1 or 2 of them could have misplaced theirs, but how do all 4 of us lose our invitations? I know friend 1 said that they put theirs in their nightstand and it was also gone when they looked. Even friend 1 and friend 2 are weirded out as much as I am. More so because we have not talked to the groom or friend 3 in some time, and now both are saying that the wedding has always been set to take place in this other city. And that even we, the 3 of us, verbally confirmed multiple times over Discord that we were aware it was in this other city. Maybe we're all just crazy? A few years ago, I found a beautiful tanzanite and diamond ring on sale at a jewelry shop. I was able to do a layaway plan for over 4 months, and finally brought it home. It's the most expensive piece of jewelry I have ever owned, and I love this ring. At the time, the ring fit perfectly. However, about a year ago, I needed to resize it as I'd put on some weight. I put it in its box and bag, took it to my car, and placed it in my glove compartment while I ran some other errands. I ended up having to go home before I made it to the jewelry shop, so I left the ring in the car, parked in a garage, and plans to take it in the next time I was out. 2 days later, I pull up at the jewelry store, and when I went to get the ring out of the glove compartment, it wasn't there. I tore the car up looking for it. It was nowhere. I go home and check everywhere just to be sure, but the ring is gone. The only thing I can think of is that someone got into my car during my errands and took it. Over the last year, I have cleaned and vacuumed my car several times, always hoping that I would somehow find the ring. About 3 months ago, I even bought a smaller, cheaper version that I found just because it was tanzanite, but it was not as nice as the original ring. 4 days ago, I hopped into my car, and guess what was sitting on the passenger floorboard? The bag with my ring. Packed up and ready for the jeweler, with the original receipts and everything. I have absolutely no idea where this ring could have been for the last year, and no clue how it would have been possible to miss it in the meantime. I tore this car apart multiple times looking for it. It's like it somehow just moved forward in time, and there's no one else that drives my car. For many years, after a friend of mine had moved 2,500 miles away, I'd have this recurring dream of her, and we were just talking and walking what seemed like days. I figured I just missed our conversation and friendship, sadly. But year after year, I would be in a dream walking in a huge long line of people, meandering as we went up and down hills. And I would see the crowd was so big that I couldn't see the start of the line. But she was walking beside me talking about a million different topics, as if we were catching up on our lives now. I had originally met her in high school, and I had once said to her, if you could pick any 2 places you wished you could go, where would it be? She then said Italy and Greece. Those had been my exact choices. So I said if I one day called her up far into the future to go, would she? She promised she would. 20 years later, our church had a fantastic deal to visit those 2 countries. I got the brochure and my sister and I began to peruse it, getting more and more serious. Soon I contacted my friend offering the very tour we had once discussed 20 years ago. Only, I was in Kentucky and she had moved to California all this time later. She still agreed to go and I was thrilled. One day we were just walking along a long cobblestone path, and the line of the tourists were led by different leaders and used big poles with a colored flag so that you could follow them and not become lost in the massive sea of humanity. I walked and talked to her, and we caught up with our lives. Days of walking and visiting sites. When suddenly, it hit me. This was the dream that I'd had for years and years. And after that trip, the dream never returned. Hey Raven, here's a glitch that will leave everyone speechless. All of this starts with my dog Scruffy. He was a very cute pug cross shih tzu that loved his human family, especially the human boys. But Scruffy was also a dog's dog. He loved his human family but had no interest in human strangers but loved their dogs. He was a friend to all fellow pups. But he was the only dog in the family and we could see that he was lonely. Here enters Mo, the rescued boxer cross mastiff. Scruffy was thrilled. He got all excited when we brought him home. Instant besties. The dog version of SpongeBob and Patrick. They instantly became partners in crime. They shared everything, their treats, their dinners, and their bones. The 2 of them would bury their bones in very specific places together. They would take it in turn to dig the hole, and then they would drop their bones in the hole, and then the other would cover them up. These bones would remain buried for a total of 24 hours, their chosen fermentation time. The bones were dug up by one of them, they would take one each and then lay on the grass and feast. I loved watching them from the kitchen window. It was my live-action SpongeBob episode. And so, the day of the glitch. I was in the kitchen making myself a very large coffee. I look up, and they're digging up their bone from one of their holes. I watch them, chuckling to myself. Mo is digging, and digging, and digging. He stops and the two of them look down into the hole and then at each other and then down the hole. I realize the hole is empty, but I had watched them bury their bones in that spot 24 hours before and it had gone untouched. I went outside and joined them at the hole. They looked at me in complete confusion. I knelt down and took a closer look. Empty. I put a hand on each doggy's head and said, "I don't know what to tell you, fellas. The bones are gone. How about a pig's ear each?" The dogs smiled at me and followed me inside for their treats. Now, those bones never appeared, but I like to think that in another timeline, Scruffy and Mo scored some surprise bones. I am a woman born and raised in Germany with Turkish parents. I grew up speaking 2 languages, but I could speak German better because I only had German friends outside. My best friend at the time, Tina, said one day when we were still children, as we walked over a small wobbly bridge, "A wobbly path doesn't break." It sounded like a proverb and I liked it. Of course, she said it in German, so I've never forgotten this saying. It all sounds completely normal at first, but what happened to me last year absolutely baffled me. I'm now 46 years old, so at the time when I learned this saying, it was decades ago. Last year, some colleagues and I were talking at work on a break. Nothing special, just jabbering away. Then, referring to a specific topic, I said this proverb, "A shaky path does not break." Everyone looked at me with questioning looks on their faces. I said, "What? Why are you looking at me? Have you never heard this saying before?" And I laughed. Nobody knew this saying. I started sweating because I thought maybe I had misrepresented the proverb. My colleagues and I frantically searched for this proverb on the internet, but nothing. There was nothing like it to be found. Then I googled it in English, and again, nothing. Then I translated this proverb into all possible languages and googled again, but again, nothing. Then, I googled it in Turkish and found what I was looking for. I read it and I couldn't believe it. I had never heard this saying in Turkish before. These words were completely foreign to me, and I have no memory of hearing this saying in Turkish. My best friend at the time, Tina, is German. She didn't speak any Turkish at all, and I remembered the saying word for word in German. I wanted to ask my friend at the time if she remembered the saying, but unfortunately I don't have any contact details for her. I thought I was going mad. Then I remembered the conversations with my sister about our childhood. I said something like, "Do you remember when you did this and that?" I don't want to go into details, but what I can say is that she didn't remember any of the events that I mentioned. Then I thought, oh, she just can't remember because it was a long time ago. But now I think there must have been a timeline overlap for me personally, from my childhood until a few years ago. Something like a shift of parallel universes, and that was just for me. Maybe my other me, which is from my current timeline, is living in my former timeline right now. Maybe she's also baffled that the people around her don't remember some of the details because it never happened there. Or maybe my previous timeline was destroyed by something like nuclear bombs or something else cosmic, and I was simply allowed to switch and connect with my other self. But I took my memories with me, which my current self never had. I would advise everyone to ask those around you about some details from back then. Maybe some of you will also find out that he has memories that the others don't have. This is my first story, and it's not a very spooky story, but I think that it's worth telling. My mother works for a non-profit organization, and her and I went to the post office to pick up 2 checks for her to file at her office. You should know that her office is more like a small house than a large office building. As we walked in, I went into a small loft up a ladder to use my phone without disturbing my mom. As I was up there, I noticed many tiny black bugs jumping and crawling around my legs and arms. We later learned that they were in fact fleas. She and I ran outside, my mom with a $200 check for her job, which she set down on the deck railing, and we began taking off my shoes and socks and removing all the fleas we could from my body. Once we were done, my mom looked for the check, but it was nowhere to be found. For a good 15 minutes, we searched the large, overgrown lawn behind her office house, thinking it could have been blown away, but to no avail. We checked all the places that it could have been, like the car, the trash cans, even in my pockets, but it didn't show. Mom started to panic, thinking she'd have to send her work $200 because of a dumb mistake, but that's when things got really strange. As I was walking out of the car to check the least likely of places, my mom ran out holding the check. She took me to the backyard. She had placed the check on the railing of the deck in plain sight and said that that was where she found it. We were both astonished at either how stupid we were or why the universe was playing a trick on us. One more thing. The entire time we were sweating beads in the central Texas heat while looking for the check, so insults to injury, I guess. Thanks, universe. Much love, Raven. Love your contents, and have a great day, everyone. Hey, Raven. My mother died in April of 2023. And since then, I struggled to sleep because all I saw was her dead, as I had found her dead around me. Not being able to sleep, I found your YouTube channel, and boy, did you help me sleep. Well, thank you. Very happy to help. So I want to say a massive thank you for helping me, even though you didn't know it until now. Anyway, my story. So I live in England, born and bred here. It was around 2012. Me and my now husband had moved in together and had a baby. We wanted to grocery shop, so we looked for his car keys. We couldn't find them anywhere at all. We kept them in a particular fruit bowl on top of the microwave in the kitchen. I call it a fruit bowl, but to be honest, it was just stuffed full of random stuff. Anyway, we emptied it a few times and we couldn't find them. We searched the house high and low to no avail. We ended up having to ring a car key locksmith. He came out, cut us a new key for the car, and charged us £100. We went on our way and did our shopping. We then got home and started putting everything away when the car keys. They were just sat there on top of the random crap in the fruit bowl, even though we had checked it God knows how many times. I don't know what anyone will think of this story, but since I've been listening to you, I told my husband about you, and I told him I fully believed that this was some kind of glitch in the Matrix. Thank you for reading, and take care. Hey, Raven. I'm a huge fan of the podcast and have been binging. I love your storytelling, and your voice is so calming, and thanks for reading. Thank you for listening. Back in my early 20s, I served at a popular brew pub in my area. A burger and craft beer kind of situation. I started my shift like any other day, joking around with the staff, going over daily specials, and getting a few tables. I greeted one of my tables with a couple of waters, giving them the spiel about the menu and specials, recommending appetizers, that sort of thing. After some time, I took down their order and placed it in the POS. I dropped off their drink orders, and as I was walking away, I realized that I forgot to put in their appetizer. Oh, crap, I said to myself. I guess I panicked a little just because some customers make a really big deal about the spacing between appetizers and entrees. Also, I had just come back from vacation, and I really needed to make good money that day. In panic mode, I raced over to the point of sale to place their appetizer order. I put in a note to expedite the order just to make sure that it came out before their entrees. I even took the extra step to sweet-talk the cooks. Those guys can be jerks sometimes. I don't blame them, since some servers have the tendency to be extremely rude and demanding toward them. So I always made sure to butter them up a little to make sure things worked out in my favor. Hey, Jose, I'm so sorry, I screwed up and totally forgot to put in table 33's appetizer order. Can you pretty please make this on the fly? And props to Jose because the appetizer was out in 3 to 5 minutes tops. I ran the hot plate over to the customers. Here's your coconut shrimp. Let me know how you like it, okay? They both looked at me with a confused expression on their face. The guy said, "Thanks?" as if it ended in a question mark. I thought that maybe I got the order wrong or mixed up another table's order. "Oh, did you not want the coconut shrimp? I'm so sorry." The man responded, "Oh no, we do want the coconut shrimp." Again, it was as if it were a question and with a confused expression on his face. I remember thinking to myself, okay, this table is a little weird, but whatever, I have things to do. As I continued to give them service, they just seemed really creeped out by me. This continued as I dropped off their entrees and more drinks. I would walk by them to serve other tables and they would be looking at me and murmuring something with each other. I decided to shake it off. It's not the weirdest thing that's happened to me while serving. When I dropped off their check to be signed, they stopped me. "Hey, can we ask you a question?" I thought to myself, oh crap, they're probably going to ask me some ridiculously invasive question as some customers feel entitled to do. "Oh, sure." The question they asked validated all of the weirdness. "How did you know that we wanted the coconut shrimp?" After we ordered, I was kicking myself in the ass when I realized I forgot to order the appetizer. I was planning on ordering it when you came back around, but that's when you dropped it off. We never ordered the coconut shrimp, but somehow you knew. How did you do that? I was baffled. I have a videographic memory, so as I stood there in front of them, I tried to remember the moment that they ordered. I literally could not recall them saying that they would like the coconut shrimp. But I just somehow knew. Like, it just popped into my head. I even went back on the notes that I took for their order, and there was not an order for coconut shrimp written down. Now I was just as weirded out as they were. Now that I think about it, I actually don't even remember you ordering the coconut shrimp, and it isn't written down in my notebook. But I guess I just had a feeling? I honestly didn't think twice about it. They thanked me and left me a really, really good tip. I guess they thought I was trying to put on some type of psychic server magic show. This was the first of many instances of me reading the minds of my customers. I have no idea where this superpower came from. Were these customers playing a prank on me to make me think that I was psychic? But that wouldn't account for the times of it happening after. Did this couple order the coconut shrimp in a different reality, and another me transferred this order into my brain, setting off a sequence of an ability to communicate with my other self telepathically? What do you guys think? This must have happened when I was 16 to 17 years old. I just asked my old friend about it the other day to confirm whether I was crazy or not, and if I'm remembering things incorrectly, but she confirmed everything. One day, I was at my friend's house, a typical detached home in southern Ontario. Each backyard had fences as the homes were surrounded by each other. My friend had a huge, fully set up gazebo in her backyard. It was set up properly and had been there for quite some time with no issues. We were in the basement one spring/summer afternoon. The weather was sunny, warm, normal, and we heard a loud bang come from upstairs. Naturally, we ran up and asked her mom what the noise was, to which she replied that she wasn't sure. Eventually, we all ended up looking out the upstairs window in her mom's bedroom, which allowed us to see both her and her next-door neighbor's backyard, to the left. We were in shock. Her humongous, full-sized gazebo had somehow levitated and landed perfectly straight and normal in her neighbor's backyard. It makes no sense. I googled that residential fence in my area, and they're 6 to 8 feet tall. It wasn't a small item like an umbrella that could just pick up in the wind and land. Like, even if it had somehow fully levitated, it shouldn't have landed in perfect condition. Go and Google a backyard gazebo. No one remembers it even being remotely windy that day, so this was just freaking weird. My friend and I are still shook about it to this day, and don't understand it one bit. This crap could have been in the news for sure. The OP then added an edit for more details. Thanks for your patience, guys. I was waiting for my friend to gather more details and to get back to me. It's been quite a while. So, 1. The gazebo actually flew from her next-door neighbor backyard into hers, which is why we heard the loud bang. The gazebo was made of a hard material like iron or metal. The neighbors had to come into her backyard and disassemble everything to bring it into their backyard and set it back up. It took hours. They had no explanation for it either, and remember it the exact same way myself, my friend, and her mom all do. Her mom specifically remembers the neighbor's candle that was lit in the gazebo still being lit, and standing straight up in her backyard after it landed. It wasn't particularly windy that day, not that it would matter. Wind doesn't cause a metal/iron-framed gazebo to levitate 6 to 8 feet into the air and then land perfectly in a neighbor's backyard. It's beyond weird. I have been dying to find a good place to share this story, as it will forever be the weirdest thing to happen to me. My dad and I like to go geocaching. If you're not familiar, geocaches are small containers hidden in public areas, usually with a logbook and sometimes small trinkets inside. You upload the GPS coordinates to a website with some information about the cache, and then people will look for them, sign the logbook, and maybe trade out the trinkets. There's an app now that adds some functionality. Ability to add photos, notes, hints, that kind of thing. We go to look for a specific cache one day. We look everywhere and can't find it. Frustrating, but it happens. We go back a week or two later, still can't find it. It's been marked as found semi-recently, otherwise we would just assume it had gone missing. That happens sometimes. We finally give up and go elsewhere to find a few other caches. A couple weeks later, we're out caching and decide to go back to try one more time. I check the app and see that it was found since we last tried. We look around for a long time, use a hint left by the most recent finder, and finally find it. I pull out my pen to mark the log, and when I unfurl it, the world stops for a moment, because I see my dad's and my names written at the very end of the log, in my handwriting. I call my dad over, and we're looking at it together. We're both confused and freaked out. I take a look again at the app and realize the last find was from our account, and the hint we had followed was one that we had left. It's been years and we still talk about it sometimes. It's one of those things where no matter how many people I tell this story to, I kind of assume people don't believe me because it's just so weird, and such an obvious merging of timelines. So, it's nice to talk to my dad about it because I know he 100% believes me. I think we looked at the dates, and our first find was on the date that we had last looked for it prior to the second find, but we both definitely would not have forgotten finding it, because it had been driving us crazy wondering where it was. Honestly, I'm not sure why we didn't just chalk it up to a cache that had gone missing. We both just couldn't stop thinking about it. I also don't know how I didn't notice the username from the recent find, and the hint that was our username until we found the cache. It was just weird, overall, but definitely makes for a great story, though. Hi. I dog sit and dog walk as my side hustle. My clientele is very diverse. I have a few near my surrounding area that have money, and they usually have some kind of keypad lock. And I have a few brave souls that keep their houses open all the time. I have an ongoing Saturday night walking gig with a pit bull. His mom usually leaves the door open for me to get him while she's at work, but sometimes the door is locked. She has an extra key hidden for these kinds of occasions. Anyway, so on this specific night, I go in as usual, but when I gets to the house, the door is locked. I go retrieve the key from its usual spot and open the door. The dog was so excited to see me that he jumped towards me, resulting in the key being knocked out of my hand. Before I continue, let me paint a picture of what this area looks like. Once you open the door, you are in the living room area, on my left, and then to my right are the stairs to go up. When the dog jumped, the key should have landed near me, but after I acknowledged the dog and calmed him enough to look for the key, I couldn't find it anywhere. I looked underneath the couch, rug, and random things that she had around the house, but could not find it. After 5 minutes or so of looking, I gave up and took the dog out for his usual 30-minute walk. When I come back, I open the door and the key is right in the middle of the floor. You couldn't miss it. So the question is, where was this key when I was looking for it? Was it a glitch in the Matrix, or did I really not see it? Last summer, two of my friends and I, 30s, female, were carpooling to the airport in the early hours of the morning to catch our flight. It was around 3 to 4 a.m. I was in the passenger seat, my friend was driving, and we had just picked up the third friend. We all live in the suburbs near Detroit. My friend, who was picked up last, lives only 5 to 10 minutes from DTW. We were driving down a well-lit 2-lane road. The area is well populated, and you often do see pedestrians out and about at any given hour. Anyway, as we were driving, we stopped at a red light at an intersection. Directly ahead, we see a man, looking to be in his 30s or 40s, riding a modern-day red bicycle near the edge of the road, heading in our direction. He was wearing a beanie hat, a flannel, and shorts. I don't recall his shoes, but I do remember that he had a backpack on. He had longer hair that poked out from the bottom of his hat, and some facial hair from what I can recall. My friend who was driving said, "You better hurry, it's starting to sprinkle," which prompted me to look up from my phone and look at the man again as he was getting closer. All three of us were looking at this guy, and he was getting closer by the second. He was almost to the crosswalk directly in front of us, right under a streetlight, when he started to freaking turn transparent and flicker, like an old movie on a projector. You know how sepia photos or filters look? like warmer, muted, vintage-looking brown tones. I watched him and his bright-ass red bike turn from vibrant color to sepia in a millisecond, and then instantly vanish into thin air. I instantly shot my head to the left to lock eyes with my friend. Both of us were in shock. Our eyes were wide and our mouths were open in utter disbelief. Our friend in the back seat was the first to process what had just happened and said, where did he freaking go? Did you guys see that? He turned see-through. Where did he go? What the hell? We all kind of let out some shrieks and freaked the hell out, all talking a mile a minute as we each quickly confirmed that we had all saw the same sequence of events occur right before our eyes, under direct light. I had goosebumps and my eyes were welling up with tears because it gave me the urge to cry. I was just so tripped out about what I had just seen. We all retold the story one by one over and over again, all the way to the airport, and also continued to recount the experience until we got to our destination. We're all friends to this day, and we still talk about this event often. I think about that day any time I pass that intersection and intently watch any pedestrian that I happen to see there. It's an experience that I will never forget, and what ultimately led me down the Matrix rabbit hole. A simulation glitch is the only explanation for what occurred to us, and it perplexes me to this day. If you read this far, thanks for taking the time to read my story. Hi, Raven. I've been listening to your podcast for a while as I have had multiple glitches in my life, and it fascinates me to hear that other people have experienced it too. I haven't written in as of yet, but what just happened while listening to your podcast is too good to not share. I was driving into work listening to an episode of the Glitch in the Matrix stories, and I came to a stop at a red light. As I was sitting there, I looked over at some people at the gas station on the corner, kind of zoning out, when I heard you repeat several lines that you had just spoken, like word for word. I was really confused about why you would repeat yourself, since I have never heard you do that, even with cuts in recording. So I backed the audio up to right before the repeated version happened, and it didn't happen again. You never repeated a section of that story. Once I got to work, I backed the audio up a second time and listened to the entire story again to confirm that, nope, you never repeated any part of it. I'm at a loss as to what happened, but it is interesting that it happened while you were telling a glitch in the Matrix story. Hi, Raven. I found your podcast recently and was listening to a random episode that I picked out. Something in my brain refuses to let me just start at the beginning like a normal human. So I was listening as I was doing some household chores and was enjoying it until I got to this one story. I won't mention which one, I don't want to be rude. Anyway, I decided that I didn't like it enough that I would skip it, so I was fast-forwarding through it, but it was really long, so after a few fast-forwards, I gave up and chose another episode. For some reason, I didn't just pick the next one. I flicked down the list like I was spinning one of those wheels on Wheel of Fortune. Anyway, I landed on another episode and listened for 20 minutes or so, when the exact same story came on. At first I thought maybe it was just a very similar story, so I kept listening for a few minutes, but no. It was the exact same story. Even though it was just a mundane, repeat the same story in 2 episodes event, the odds that I would find both those episodes accidentally and listen to them back to back seems very small. I think it's kind of weird and ironic that I had a glitch moment while listening to a glitch podcast. Also, loving the podcast. Well, except for that one story. It is very strange because especially glitch stories, I typically don't reuse them. So, No idea how that would have happened. Last week, I was waiting to be called for an appointment in my doctor's office when I noticed the first glitch. It was early in the morning when I had the first appointment of the day. I was registered and sat down to wait. I was the only person in the waiting room. A few moments later, a tall gentleman wearing a dark overcoat and gray stocking cap came in and walked up to the window. I heard him say, "Samson," and then the receptionist said, "Okay, please take a seat and they'll call you in a few minutes." I'm looking at my phone, so I barely noticed the guy. I saw him in my peripheral vision taking a seat on the other side of the waiting room. A few moments later, I turned off my phone and put it away. I then noticed that the man was gone. I mean, really gone. I never saw him again. I thought my eyes or mind were just playing tricks on me. Later, as I was walking to my car, I noticed a lady putting something in the back seat of her car parked next to mine. Just for reference, she was about 100 feet away. So, to give her some extra time, I stood on the sidewalk for a moment, took out my phone and looked down just long enough to turn it on and enter my passcode. When I looked up, the lady was gone. Now, she was pretty old, and I wondered where she had gotten to so fast. I thought maybe she was already inside her car. When I get to my car, I glanced over at her car and she was nowhere to be seen. She had vanished. Though I was shaken by this, I started the drive home. It was the second weird thing that happened to me that morning. As I turned onto the street, I heard the sound of an ambulance siren, and a moment later I saw the ambulance a couple of blocks away headed in my direction. This is not an uncommon sight, as my doctor's office is next door to a hospital. But the moment that the ambulance passed me, the siren went silent. I looked in my rearview mirror to see if the ambulance had turned into the hospital, but it was gone. I checked both side mirrors and the rearview mirror again, but no ambulance. It was no longer there. I'm beginning to question my sanity. If this happens to me again, I'm not sure that I will be able to hold it together. Hey Raven, this is an ongoing glitch in the Matrix. It's been happening to me for over the past 8 years. It's statistically impossible, yet it's been happening. You see, I have a clock in my bedroom that projects the time and outside temperature onto the ceiling. It rotates between the two every 4 seconds. I have chronic insomnia, so I wake up anywhere between 3 and 10 or more times at night. I'm very sorry to hear that. Ever since I've had this clock for over 8 years now, when I look up to see what time it is, it's not only on the temperature reading, but it has just switched over to the temperature reading, and I have to wait the full 4 seconds to see what the time is. This doesn't just happen often, but it is literally every single time. In fact, the only time it's ever displaying the time is once in a while when I'm not concerned with the time, but want to know what the temperature is, so I know if I can get up to open or close the windows. I've told a friend about this and she said, well, try counting 4 seconds before you open your eyes, and see if it's displaying the time when you open them. Guess what? When I do this, and only when I do this, it's actually showing the time instead of the temperature. I'm not sure if this is considered a glitch, a time slip, or just delusion, but this is something that happened to me and my family that we cannot explain. In summer of 2011, in the car was me, 19, my sister, dad, and stepmom, and we were on our way to a campsite. We had other family joining us. My uncle and Nan, both arriving separately, called us saying that they were setting off, asking if we needed anything from the shops, and to let us know their arrival times. We were over halfway there, and they would be arriving about 3 hours after us. We carried on driving, switched radio stations, and went through a tunnel. When we came out, the phone was ringing again. It was my Nan asking where we were, kind of relieved that she had gotten a hold of us. My Nan and my uncle had already arrived at the campsite. My dad said, "Oh, so you're already there? Save us a pitch then." And my Nan responded, "Where have you been if you're still on your way?" The conversation didn't make much sense. My dad got frustrated and said, "What do you mean, where have we been? You just spoke to us." My Nan told us that they'd been calling us because they couldn't get a hold of us. My stepmom pointed to the time on the radio, and about 4 hours had passed. 4 hours had passed in 30 seconds. My dad ended the call with my Nan, and for a moment we were all silent. My sister said, "What's going on?" And my dad said that the time must have changed when we changed the radio station, and that our family was playing a dumb joke. Our phones showed that time had passed. Again, silence. We arrived, briefly spoke about it with family, and ignored it. We've spoken about it maybe 2 to 3 times. My dad is either convinced that we went through a time vortex, got abducted, or we were jokingly drugged by our stepmom, as she's a GP. My stepmom says that we must have got the times wrong, or, at worst, had some kind of shared delusions or amnesia. Either way, we don't know what happened. Hey Raven, sorry if the last submission was weird and I hope you're doing well. I know I submitted a bunch of small glitches a few days ago, but I've got 2 more. One that happened in either late 2023 or early 2024, so November to March timeframe, and one that happened last night, a premonition dream. The first one was that I woke up at 5:21. It states so on my TV when it's paused, and it just so happened to be, and I looked at my window, noticing that the sun was already up. But that didn't make sense. I live in the central time zone, so the sun being up before mid-7 a.m. was not normal. I would know. I worked till the sun rose often back then, doing overnights, and so to wake up on a day off at 5 a.m. while the sun was up, it didn't make sense. I looked at my phone trying to see if I was mistaken, and it was actually 5 p.m., and I was just confused, but no. I rubbed my eyes, I sat up and tried to figure out what was happening, but I hadn't been listening to glitches, so I wasn't cognizant enough to try and investigate further, because it was 5 a.m. Again, I checked on my phone for confirmation, and I went to sleep really puzzled at what was happening, and woke up later that day with everything normal. And it was not a dream. I can tell the waking world from the sleeping one. I think almost all of us can, but yeah. I guess that would be the only logical explanation, but it still doesn't sit right with me. It was too real, and it was something that was just so bizarre to me. Speaking of sleep, last night, being Tuesday, July 23rd, 2024, I had a dream that I was late to work. I hate being late to work. I'm the type of person who clocks in a few minutes early and just gets to whatever needs knocked out. And in the dream, I clocked in after a tumultuous ordeal, as dreams go, with crazy traffic and things just going wrong. I clocked in at 3:01 p.m. in the dream, and I was very frustrated. I woke up today, got ready for work, got into an argument with my roommate over something small, which then caused me to be late to work today. And after I was working for a few hours today, I had the realization that I had clocked in specifically when I had in that dream. Just different reasons as to being late. I sat in shock and mentioned it to a coworker, who stated he used to have prophetic dreams all the time, and was, quote, really plugged in, but claims he stopped after a while. I don't know if he was messing with me, but I'm still perplexed as to why I dreamt that, and then clocked in at 3:01 when I normally clock in at 2:52 to 2:56. So, glitches are real? Or at least premonitions are. I don't know, but I found it odd that I had one so soon after sending in all my others. Either way, thanks for reading, and even more if you share. Good tidings, Raven. I bought a set of 5 metal files, the sanding tools, and a little sleeve with 5 slots, one for each of the files. There's a square prism, a triangular prism, flat style, round, and a half round with flat on the other side. They are distinctly a set with the same purple handles and are all the same length. This is the only set of files I have ever bought, and I bought them in 2019 when I bought a 3D printer for cleaning up my prints. They've been in the same box with all my printing stuff, and I use them maybe once a week. I've used them hundreds of times since 2019, so I know them very well. So here's the part where it gets weird. Today I opened up the case and went to pull out the half round to work on my cyber deck, and pulled each one out, realizing it was the wrong one. I thought, that's weird, I definitely just checked each of them. So I pull them all out, and lo and behold, there's no half round. But there are now 2 triangular prism types, the usual square, flat, and round rod type. I have never bought another file, and these came from a dollar store, so the chance of me even being able to find this exact set almost 5 years after buying them, and simply poking one unneeded one into the new case, and then losing the rest of the extras as well as the only half round, is such a ludicrous concept that there's no way that it happened. Like I said, I use these weekly. They have never left my room. I have never bought another set of files. They are absolutely a distinct set. I have used the half round one many times, because the flat one, half round, and round are the 3 most useful ones. I'm single with no family or kids or pets. I do have roommates, but we all have door locks. It would be difficult for them to find my tools at all since I work from home. So, how is this possible? Anyway, that's my rant. Hey Raven. First off, I want to say that I love your channel, and have loved listening to your stories for a long time. Your voice is fantastic for storytelling. Thank you very much. Now that the obligatory flattery is over, let me get to my story. So, as I've said, I've listened to you for a long time, and am fascinated by the glitch in the Matrix stories specifically. I've had plenty of glitches around me, such as things disappearing and then reappearing, in places that I had already methodically checked. This happenstance, however, struck me as something very poignant, and such an obvious glitch that I couldn't discount it to mere absent-mindedness. This happened about a week ago, mid-afternoon, while I was looking after my 18-month-old daughter, so I was definitely not under the influence of any mind-altering substance. And, while I have ADHD, I don't otherwise suffer from any mental illnesses. So, my daughter and I walked to the grocery store, which is about a 60-second walk from our front door. As we were walking back, I noticed that the grocery store maintenance men were mowing the lawn. One guy was using a weed whacker while the other was operating a riding mower, which was quite loud. We got into the house, and I noted that I could still hear the mower from the open balcony door. Because it was quite warm, I decided to turn on the fan and place it in the opening of said balcony door. I placed the fan in the regular position, turned it on, and enjoyed the breeze. I thought to myself that it definitely drowned out the noise of the mower, and mentally noted how good the cool air felt. I stood there for a moment or two, enjoying the airflow, and then went about making a snack for my daughter. When I came back to the living room, I was warm again, so I put my back to the fan. All of a sudden, I felt the air stop, and the noise from the fan also ceased. I cursed myself quietly, thinking that the fan was now broken, as it was plugged in and turned on but no longer doing its thing. I went to check the dial. It has 3 settings, low, medium, and high, and I found it completely turned off. I then looked at the plug, and found that the fan was not plugged in at all. I had unplugged it earlier in the day to charge my cordless vacuum's battery, which was still plugged in, and I had forgotten by the time that my daughter and I had gotten back from the grocery store. Apparently, so had the Matrix, because I swear on my life I turned that fan on, and it drowned out the mower sound and had been blowing cold air on me. So, this one blows my mind. Literally. So, my mom had this Pandora bracelet that she adored. My dad, my sister, her mom, and some friends all got her charms for it, and she would also get some herself. She never took that bracelet off. Around a year ago, I was looking for a shop that sells those charms for the bracelet around where I lived, so I could also get one for her birthday. I was new to the neighborhood since I had just finished my BA degree and moved out of the dorms to my own apartment, so I was really happy to find a jewelry shop that sold them a few streets from my new place. I distinctly remember the jeweler there. She was this kind lady, looked to be around my mom's age, dressed in a bit of an old-fashioned way. Anyway, I got her a charm that says Best Mom, and she really loved it. Fast forward to this year, my mom passed away this January. It was unexpected and painful, but that's a topic for another post. The only thing I asked my dad and sister to let me keep was her bracelet, and they happily agreed. Around a month ago, one of the charms broke. Now, if you know Pandora bracelets, you know that usually shops that sell their charms also have the means to fix them. And so I figured I would go back to that shop to fix it. I went to the exact same address. I'm sure of it. I have a screenshot of the location in Google Maps I took just in case I needed to get back there, but there was no shop. In fact, there were only residential buildings. I clearly remember a year ago it was a commercial building that had maybe 4 or 5 shops. That in and of itself is weird, but I figured maybe somehow in a year they changed the place or took down the commercial building. But no. I asked my landlady about it. She's been living in this neighborhood for around 20 years, and she'd never heard about such a place. I also asked some friends that live close to me, and no one has any idea what I'm talking about. Google has no answers, but that Best Mom charm is still there. I really don't know what to make out of this. This happened about a week ago. I live in a really small town where everyone knows everyone else's business, and everyone keeps an ear for all kinds of gossip. It's pretty much the only entertainment that we get around here. I needed to stop and get gas, so I pulled up to a Casey's on my way home from work. I parked at the pump, got out and decided that I was going to just put cash on the pump instead of using my card. I had a spare 20 on me from when I needed cash a couple of days prior. I figured I would just spend it, and this was the perfect opportunity. I walked into the store and up to the counter to ask for 20 on 3. When I looked up and saw Danny, a friend of mine from elementary school. It was definitely him, lanky frame, mop of curly hair, same mole on his cheek and everything. He was there standing behind the counter checking customers out, when he looked up and saw me. The two of us met eyes. I stepped up and asked for the gas, and he gave me that patented goofy grin. I said, "Hey, Danny." He laughed and said, "Hey, bro, what's up? It's been a while." We talked for a few moments, just kind of catching up on random things, nothing too crazy. We didn't get too deep since it was just a couple of minutes. But after that, he said something like, "It was good to see you, dude. We should catch up sometime." I pulled out my phone and asked him for his number, and I typed it in and saved him as a contact, very specifically labeling it as Danny. I said my goodbyes and walked out to my car and filled the tank like I was planning. Nothing too crazy. I drove home just thinking about Danny and how long it had been since I'd seen him, and then I started thinking about why I hadn't seen him for so long. And it clicked. Danny was serving 10 or so years for possession with intent and Grand Theft Auto. He had made some really dumb decisions about 3 years prior, and was definitely still behind bars. When that happened, I started thinking about it, and it didn't make sense. There was no way he had served 3 years on a 10-plus year sentence and gotten out, and then got a job at Casey's. When I got home, I called my mom and asked her about Danny, asking if she knew when he went in and if he was out. She laughed and said, "No, he's definitely still in prison. I was talking to his mom yesterday." I guess it's important to note that he was a neighbor, so my mom and his mom were close. My mom also used to work for the sheriff's office, so she typically had information on things happening around town with criminals. I said okay, hung up the phone, and just kind of sat there thinking about it like, how the hell did I see Danny at Casey's if he's still behind bars? The only thing that made sense was that he was let out for whatever reason. I ended up going to the county website, which actually does have an inmate lookup system, and I searched for Danny by name. Much to my surprise, right there in front of my face was Danny's mugshot, with the charges and information on his sentence. And under his status it said, incarcerated, which meant he was definitely still in prison. It was definitely him, and certainly the same guy. Longer, curly red hair, mole on cheek, goofy and kind of lanky-looking dude. At that point, I went to look in my phone for the number that I had saved for Danny, and I didn't have any entries that had Danny as the name. To make it even weirder, I did remember the first 3 numbers from his number, 509. So I typed that into my phone to see if I had just maybe misspelled Danny or something like that. When I typed that, I did have an entry for a number that started with 509, but the name was just literally random characters, like a handful of numbers, letters, and special characters. Just a random string of unidentifiable text. It was weird. It was like I had hallucinated the conversation and added a random number to my phone with a random name. I went ahead and deleted it, thinking that I was just going crazy. About a week later, I found myself needing to go to Casey's again, and I asked the clerk if someone named Danny worked there. I described him, curly hair, tall dude, lanky figure, etc. She said that no one named Danny worked there and that there weren't any clerks that looked like that working at that location. I said alright, and that I must have been thinking of someone else, and thanked her. So in the end, I have no idea who I had that conversation with at Casey's. I have no idea why I put that number in my phone like a crazy person, and I don't think I'll be able to ask Danny about it for at least 7 more years, since he's definitely still in prison. I'm not a believer in the paranormal, so this is probably just a coincidence, but it's still weird and spooky. I always have been and still am a very vivid dreamer. 11 years ago, I had a dream that I was standing in my mom's backyard, alone at night. I was staring up at the stars and saw a larger than normal shooting star. Nothing unusual in size, but it was of note. Immediately after that one burned out, a huge flaming meteor came burning across the sky. It was very close and large, like an enormous boulder covered in fire, following the same trajectory as the previous, smaller one. A slight northeastern path. I could hear the rush of it as it passed overhead, leaving a trail of smoke behind it. It was very surreal how big it was and the level of detail that I could make out. I woke up and didn't have any leftover feelings about the dream, just another dream. I got ready and went into work. At that time, I worked for a newspaper, so I always had breaking news and up-to-minute details as soon as they were happening. The TVs were on in the editorial department, which always meant that something was going down. I dropped my stuff at my desk and went to look at the screen so I could see what the fuss was about. It was February 15th, 2013, and an asteroid had struck Chelyabinsk, Russia at 9:30 a.m. local time. I was stunned. It apparently exploded about 20 miles above the Earth, so when it hit the ground it wasn't intact, minimizing the damage. It created a flash brighter than the sun and sent a shockwave that damaged 7,200 buildings in 6 cities and injured 1,500 people, mostly due to broken glass. I told my husband about it in my dream later that day, and to his credit, he absolutely believed me. He even asked if I thought it was a premonition. He's religious. I said no, but it was still weird. My curiosity got the better of me as time went on, so I compared where I live on the globe in relation to Chelyabinsk. If I flew through the air at a slightly northeastern trajectory, yep, I would land in Chelyabinsk, Russia. Hi, Raven. I'm a big fan of your Glitch in the Matrix stories, and I thought to put mine up here as well. This incident occurred over periods of time and started when me and my closest friend had a big argument. The argument was pretty silly, but we didn't talk to each other for a long time after this. Fast forward to a couple of months, I was at school, and I got a notification on my phone from Instagram. So I checked it to make sure that it wasn't anything important, but I had a new follower. So I clicked on the page, and in shock, I saw my old best friend on the profile pic, or someone that looked extremely like her. I ended up shrugging it off for the rest of the time at school up until I got home, when I saw I had a message from the person. So I clicked on it, and it was a deep apology from what had happened between me and my best friend. I thought it was strange that they would create a brand new account just to text me, but they weren't blocked on the other account. Or they could have texted my phone. They offered me to come over the next day to talk this over with them, so I said sure and came over the next day. I get to her house and knock on her door, and I hear someone say, "Who is it?" So I tell them my name, thinking they knew I was coming. They answered the door and said, "Why are you here?" I said, "You texted me yesterday, wanting me to come over and talk." At this moment, I'm just as confused, so I pull up my phone to show her the texts that were sent, but they weren't there. Neither was the account. She was furious and thought that I was lying about the situation, but I didn't have anything to back me up, so I left in confusion. To this day, I still have no clue what happened, or if she was messing with me. But how did she delete the account and messages without a trace of it ever existing? Or if it wasn't her, how did someone else know about the situation? So, the story goes like this. I was traveling to New Zealand and Australia in between my junior and senior year of college. By this point, I was already an accomplished solo traveler. I'd been to England alone twice while in high school to visit friends, and had spent a summer in Switzerland while in high school, plus many other trips. I'm prefacing with this just to show that I was an experienced traveler. I had to fly from Vermont to Chicago, then to Los Angeles, and wait for my connection to Auckland. While I was an experienced traveler, I hate the act of flying, and specifically chose to fly on Qantas as they had never had a fatal plane crash, and figured that's who I wanted to fly on while crossing the Pacific. Well, I was excited and nervous at the same time, and tired. As my first flight took off at 6 a.m. Eastern, and my flight to New Zealand took off around 10 p.m. Pacific. After I boarded the plane, a Boeing 747, I was seated next to this nice Kiwi couple, in their mid-30s who had spent 2 weeks in California. We got to talking and soon discovered that the woman was a nurse practitioner, and her husband was a nurse. I was currently about to enter my final year of nursing school, so we had a lot in common, and had a great flight. Around halfway through, so hour 6 of flying, I decided to get some sleep. The next thing I remember is waking up to intense shaking and people screaming. I look over at the couple and they were crying. It was the worst turbulence I have ever experienced. Things were flying about the cabin, oxygen masks were deploying. The woman grabbed my hand and held it, knowing this was going to be our last moments. All of a sudden, I closed my eyes thinking that this was it, and everything was then back to normal. While there was a little bit of turbulence, it was nothing abnormal or scary. However, the woman was holding my hand, and she too was sleeping, so I quietly slipped my hand away. I don't know if this was just a very vivid dream or what happened, but the plane landed in Auckland, and the couple and I had a nice breakfast together while they waited for their connection, and I waited for my friend to arrive and pick me up. Again, I do not know what happened. Was it just a very vivid dream? Did I die in a plane crash? In another reality? While waiting for my friend, I called my family to let them know that I had landed, and when I called my grandmother, she was relieved. She and I were extremely close, and she said to me, "I had a horrible dream that something bad," and she stopped talking and then just said, "I'm just so glad that you made it. Have fun and take lots of pictures." Years later, I asked her about my trip to New Zealand and Australia, and if she remembered that dream that she had. She said that she did. She said that she had dreamt that she woken up and turned on the news to see that a Qantas plane from Los Angeles to Auckland had crashed in the Pacific Ocean. But then, just like any dream or nightmare, she woke up still in bed. One thing I can say is that after that incident, I have felt this odd feeling like I'm not supposed to be here, and it's the most disconcerting feeling to have. I've had a lot of bad things happen to me over the last almost 15 years. Too many to count. And all the time, I keep wondering if it's because I am not supposed to be here. Thanks for all the awesome entertainment, Raven. I just keep coming back for more. Even my 14-year-old daughter is enjoying listening now, and for good reason, actually. This story is about her, and it will be the second one of her experiences that I am submitting. I think it's becoming more than clear to her that there is more to life than meets the eye, or something else like that. This experience happened between last night and this evening. Last night being a Sunday, my eldest daughter and I decided we needed to end the weekend with some sweets while we watched one of our favorite shows together on the couch. The only problem was that, unfortunately, we were a little short on cash as we've had some extra expenses in the past couple weeks. Determined to find a solution to our sweet cravings, we set out to search the house for anything suitable. Luckily, we found a chocolate J in my bedside table, which is surprising actually, since chocolate doesn't usually get forgotten in my world. Then we found a few grapefruit-flavored candies, and 7 orange Tic Tacs. that number becomes significant in a bit. It was nothing much, but any port in a storm at this point. After we had collected our goodies, we went into the TV room and sat on the couch to watch our show. She offered me some of her grapefruit candy, but there were only a few left and they are her favorite, so I passed. Then we opened the chocolate J and shared that. Finally, we opened the Tic Tacs, and I had one, and she ate some and offered me another. I turned it down because there weren't many and I wanted her to enjoy them, so she finished them, turned the box upside down, gave a silly pout, and then closed the box and set it on the table. We watched TV and then went to bed. The next morning, which is today, I went into the TV room to tidy up a bit. But when I picked up the Tic Tac box to throw it out, because I remembered that we had eaten them last night, they weren't empty. Not thinking too much about it, I returned the box to the table. Weird, but whatever. Now here's the part where it gets interesting. My daughter asks me when I get home from work if I had read the text message she had sent me a little earlier. I replied that I hadn't because I'd been on a phone call and hadn't looked at my messages. And she then informs me that when she went to throw out the box of Tic Tacs, thinking it was empty because we had eaten the 7 that were available, that there were 7 Tic Tacs in the box. The exact number that we ate last night. What the huh? How is this even possible? But there were 7 more to enjoy. And she did. I had a coin fall into my boot from a place that I visited 10 years ago. I'm trying to make sense of what happened this morning to me while I was at work. I know it can't just be a coincidence. Both of those puns were intended because I use humor to cope with situations. And to the OP, I say hats off to you for those puns. While I was at work this morning, I was recycling some metal for the company that I work for. I was making laps from the table to the recycling bin as the metal is heavy, so I carry one at a time. I had already been doing this for about a half an hour when I felt something fall into my boot. It's not an uncommon occurrence of things falling into my boots, considering I don't tie them and my jeans usually rest inside my boots. Like John Bender in The Breakfast Club. I feel it slide down my ankle and rest at the bottom of my boot and jiggle around while I finish making my lap. After tossing the metal in the bin, I take my boot off and shake out the debris that I felt fall in. As it falls in the dirt, I see that it is a coin about the size of a nickel or a quarter. I think to myself that it's strange because I didn't have any change on me that day, as I haven't used cash in a few weeks. I pick up the coin, and I realize that it's neither a nickel nor a quarter. It's a 20-cent coin from Bank Negra, Malaysia. My mind kind of froze when I picked it up. What in the actual hell? Why? How? When? What? I live in the US, and I visited this place probably 10 years ago, almost to this day. I had a weekend port visit there when I was in the Navy on deployment. I did keep a couple of coins from the places I visited because it was just change that was left over from the trip. But that was 10 years ago. Plus, all of my change that I collected from them is in my storage unit, and I haven't dealt with it in years. I'm so baffled about what has happened that now I can't even currently focus at work. I need some kind of opinion or outside perspective that I can't think of as to what just happened. If you need more detail, I'll do the best that I can. The boots that I wear are military-like, but not the same pair from them, and I bought them about 4 years ago. Last night, my boyfriend and I were listening to a podcast in my bed via screencast. My phone screen was off while connected, and thus neither my phone nor the TV was emitting any light. We were just lying in the dark listening when I went to search for my phone under the covers, but couldn't find it. My boyfriend and I lifted up the covers to look for it, when I thought my boyfriend had turned on his phone's flashlight to help me see in the dark. It was concentrated light that was directed straight under the covers. It wasn't like it was light coming from outside, and somehow making its way under my thick comforter. It lasted like 2 seconds until I moved the cover over a bit to dig deeper for my phone. I actually thanked him for turning on the flashlight and asked him to shine the light again, and he responded with confusion. I again repeated that the phone flashlight had been helpful, and he pointed out that his phone was on the nightstand. I looked, and sure enough, his keys were on his phone next to his wallet. I didn't hear his keys jingle, so I know that he hadn't moved his phone within the 2 seconds the confusion began. He's a very skeptical person, and he thought that I was just messing with him. We eventually found my phone, and it was in a spot under the covers / away from the bed that my flashlight or screen couldn't possibly be accidentally turned on when searching. The covers were completely covering that part of the bed where my phone was found. The screen was dark when I found it, so it just couldn't have been the screen activating the TV somehow. And again, it was just so concentrated that it seemed like it existed right under the covers. Not like it was anything from the room or the streets. We live in Boston, and it's really humid here since it's summer, and as one with lots of experience with bed static, it was nothing like that. It was a steady, constant glow that seemed like the source was coming from behind my shoulder and lighting up the area directly in front of me. Even though my boyfriend and I were completely under the covers at this point while we searched. I have absolutely zero idea what this could have been, and my boyfriend the skeptic has zero ideas either. Some Google searches showed ball lightning as a possibility, but there was no distinct smell after it appeared. I'm really truly stumped and a bit spooked, so if anybody has any thoughts, I would really appreciate hearing them. Hi guys. Something weird happened to me this weekend, and I want to know if anyone has similar stories. I couldn't find anything searching the sub. My boyfriend's family has this house in the countryside, where me and my boyfriend like to go to spend the weekends, like once every 2 or 3 months. Ever since the first time I went to this house, my boyfriend's room had its walls painted light green. Although the shade of green is pretty light, it's dark enough so you can distinguish it from other colors, especially white. Last month I went to his house again, and the walls on his room were now fully white. I instantly noticed it was looking different and said to my boyfriend that the room looked way better that way, with white walls. My boyfriend looked at me like I was crazy and said, "What are you talking about? They've always been this color." I'm already used to him not paying attention to anything. He has severe ADHD, so it's not weird that he never noticed before. So I said that his room was green before. He denied again, and then I showed him on my phone a picture of him inside the room with green walls. We laughed about his lack of attention to the world around him, and that was it. We spent the whole weekend there, and during that time we slept in his room, now with white walls. Now, last weekend, his parents held an event there, and I got there earlier to help with the preparations. As soon as I entered his room, the walls were painted light green again. I asked him if his father asked someone to paint the walls again, and one more time, he said his walls have always been that color. I said the last time I was there, the walls were painted white, but maybe his dad painted them white and then painted them green again. He assured me that those walls were not painted again in a long time, because you could still see stains that have always been there. It's true. I could see the old stains and marks too. I then mentioned that we already had this exact same conversation last time I was there, but with the white walls, and he remembered it right away. I said that maybe his dad had changed the light bulb, but he was 100% sure that no one had done such a thing. Although my boyfriend's memory is not that reliable, I do believe that no one painted the walls again or changed the light bulbs. Even if someone did last month, I could still see the room white with only the sunlight that came from the window. And there were indeed very old stains in the walls. Things like marks where the beds used to touch the walls, and little spots from insects killed by us. My boyfriend didn't care that much about this occurrence. He said that it was weird and moved on. I saw many stories here about objects going missing, but never came across something like this. Has anyone here ever experienced a similar event? I had 3 glitches happen to me. 2 in the same year. I want to share them because any time that I've told anyone, they don't believe me. But I know what happened. The first 2 were in my early 20s. It was the late 80s, and I was going through a very rough time, breaking up with a boyfriend, struggling to make ends meet, etc. I remember leaving work and driving down the road listening to the radio. A song came on with lyrics about a woman who was having a difficult time, driving to her parents with her child in the back seat, and she gets into an accident. The chorus was, "Jesus, take the wheel." I remember getting very emotional because that is what I was feeling at the time. I just needed someone to help me. I never heard the song again, but thought about it over the years when I was feeling down. Many years later, I hear "Jesus Take the Wheel" by Carrie Underwood, and the memory comes flooding back, and I think, this must be a cover. So I searched the internet to see who wrote the original, and the song did not exist in the 80s. The song was written by Hillary Lindsey, Brett James, and Gordy Sampson, and performed by Carrie Underwood in 2005. I guess the universe just knew that I needed that song at that time. The second glitch happened the same year as the song. My mother passed away when I was a baby, and my dad had given me her wedding ring, which I put on and never took off. One day I went to lunch with a friend, and as we finished lunch and were talking, I took off my ring and was spinning it on the lunch tray, kind of like you would spin a quarter. It was absent-minded, and I'm not sure why I was doing it, as I had never done it before. We finally went back to work. Later that afternoon, I looked down and realized that my ring was gone. I was devastated. I asked my friend if she remembered me putting it back on. She said she recalled me spinning it, but didn't exactly see me put it back on. I called the restaurant to see if anyone turned it in, and they said no. I was even considering going back to dig through the garbage, but thought that that would be like finding a needle in a haystack. I was distraught because this was my mother's ring and I never took it off. It could not be replaced. I resigned myself to the fact that it was gone. I got home later that evening and walked into my bedroom. There, on my dresser, was the ring. The ring that I never take off, and would have no reason to be on my dresser. I was thrilled and grateful. I always thought that my mom returned it to me, and I haven't taken it off since. Okay, the last glitch was a few years later in the early 90s. I was getting gas and standing outside of my car. It was a nice, warm spring day. As I looked up at the sky, everything went pixelated. I didn't know that that was what it was called then, as I hadn't heard of pixels yet. I described it then as a bunch of little colored squares. It was 1, maybe 2 seconds of pixelation, and then it went back to normal. It freaked me out. I hadn't seen anything like that before, or since. It definitely seemed like a video game. but it makes you wonder. This is a story that happened a few months ago, and it's the only experience I've had that's really baffled me. Also, apologies if my writing isn't great. I'm not the best at explaining things. On with the story. So, I had just woken up to a pre-sunrise twilight. Much earlier than I usually do, but I figured it wasn't worth it trying to go back to sleep. I instead just sort of lied there, watching the sky gradually get brighter. A few minutes go by and I hear the front door opening and closing, and my dad's car promptly speeding off as he heads to work. At this point, I assume I'm the only one in the house. That is, until I hear my sister's bedroom door open, and I can see a light come on from under the crack of my door. I was surprised to see this, as she was barely ever in the house anymore, due to her largely moving in with her boyfriend. But whatever, I thought. It wasn't so out of the ordinary. Eventually, the light fades and I hear the door close again. I didn't hear anything else after that, it was just silence, and the light sounds of my fan on the lowest setting. About 10 minutes go by and I was starting to get thirsty, so I exit my room and start walking towards the kitchen. But while walking through the hallway, I noticed something. The door to my sister's room was open and there was no one inside. No one was in any of the rooms, and my house is tiny. There's not many places someone could be. I tried to rationalize it as, oh, maybe she just left really quietly, but it didn't make sense, because my front door is anything but quiet. You have to give it a good tug to open it, and it makes a very distinct, loud noise. And the glass screen door behind it is even louder. Plus, the change in air pressure whenever it opens always shakes my door a bit. But I never heard that happen. I've never heard anybody exit the house that quietly, in the whole time I've lived there. Anyway, I'm not sure what to make of this experience, but it's definitely very strange to me. I played baseball in college. One day during my freshman season, I had something happen that was relatively trivial, but had a big impact on my view of reality. As I said, I was a freshman on the team but had played in all games up to that point in the season. In college and pro baseball, players usually have one position on defense that they play consistently. In the batting order, players usually bat in the same spot each game. This was the situation for me. I played center field on defense and batted fifth in the batting order. For most of the team, other than pitchers, it was understood who was playing each position and your spot in the batting order. One Tuesday during our spring season, we had a night game against a rival team. I finished class in the early afternoon that day and had a couple of hours before my team started warm-ups for the game. I decided to take a nap in my dorm room with my free time. During my nap, I had a very specific and clear dream about walking to the baseball field before the game. In my dream, I walked into the dugout prior to the game and looked at the lineup posted on the wall. The lineup in my dream showed I was playing right field and batting ninth in the batting order. I had never played right field, and batted ninth in a game before, so this was very odd to me in the dream. I am 100% certain a coach had not told me this prior to the game. I woke up from the dream and immediately remembered it because it was odd and unusually vivid. However, I didn't think too much of the dream because I was now in a hurry to get to the locker room and get dressed up for warm-ups. Once I was in the locker room, I got dressed and started walking toward the dugout to look at the lineup for the game. As I approached the dugout, I had an intense feeling come over me that I had done this exact thing before. I began to realize that everything that was happening at that moment was overlapped with my dream. I stopped walking and did a quick reality check to make sure that I was awake. I continued to stand still for a moment because I sort of enjoyed the feeling of having a glimpse of the future. I even thought about telling one of my teammates what was happening, but I figured they would think I was joking or crazy. I started walking again and entered the dugout to see the lineup for my game. Just as the dream predicted, I was playing right field and batting ninth. This made me feel super strange and a little detached from reality. I wonder why something seemingly trivial and inconsequential had been shown to me in a dream. I have tried to find simple explanations for why this happened, but I haven't come up with any. I kept the lineup card for that game as a reminder of this event. I posted here about another glitch that happened to me a couple of months ago. Keep in mind, I'm female, 56, and in my whole life, I've never had anything like these things happen to me. Sure, I've had odd things happen from time to time over the years, but this is a whole new level for me. This time I was playing with my dog, bouncing and tossing a ball in my kitchen for him to catch and chase. I was near the dining room table. I bounced the ball, my dog missed, and it bounced off his nose and rolled under the table. I know it went towards the table, as my dog followed it too, and was bending down looking under the table as well. It was not there. I thought perhaps it bounced again and landed on one of the table's chairs. Nope. I could not find it anywhere. It was gone. I was confused, my dog was confused. My husband even looked around thinking it might have rolled further under a cabinet or something. I know it went in the direction of under the dining table as the dog was looking too, but I never found it. 2 days later, I was at a doctor's appointment fishing in my bag for some paperwork, and lo and behold, there was my dog's ball. My bag was hanging in a different room at the time the ball disappeared on a coat rack hook, nowhere near the table, or even in the possible direction of a wayward bounce. Like, what the heck? I'm seeing more and more glitch videos, though I'm not seeking them out, and seeing more and more glitch stories as well. I think perhaps if we do live in a simulation, the computer program is getting more and more buggy. Maybe it's reached its computational lifespan, or has some malware the programmers are unaware of. Perhaps with the advent of the internet, where more information can be shared further and wider, we are learning more about glitches due to shared information. And glitches have just always been with us. Us older folks didn't see it because information was rather limitedly shared. However, we've widely been using the internet for 25 to 30 years, and I started hearing on the regular about glitches just a few years ago. But why would this just start happening in my life, whereas, up until now, nothing this strange has ever happened to me? Maybe my sim is due for reprogramming, or extinction. Thoughts that I ponder. I was walking my dog on my property, in the backyard. My dog, Sophie, was sniffing the ground, and could not have seen above the wisteria plants in the backyard at all. This was about 10 a.m. Our fence cuts through our property, because we didn't have the money to go all the way around it. Movement caught my eye almost in front of me, and I saw just on the other side, a pony. Not as tall as a horse. This pony was blacker than black, like a shadow in the dead of the night. It walked for 7 steps until it went behind a bush that grew on our side of the fence. I hurried to the fence to look at it, about 25 feet, and it was gone. I looked in all directions and could not see it. It left no hoof prints in the wet leaves on the ground. It had rained that morning. There were water droplets on the tree leaves and pine needles along the fence line as though nothing had disturbed them. 3 trees that grew close together that the pony would have to go around were not disturbed. It had vanished as quickly as it had appeared. No one near our house had horses, and it could not have walked out of sight so quickly. I also have a second story. My son and I got a movie from the store when it came out called Mars Attacks. I liked this movie very much. We kept it with our other movies in the sci-fi section. One day I was going to watch it, and I couldn't find it. My son, knowing that we had it, couldn't find it either. We looked through our 1,000 movies that we have, in all sections, and in the whole room, and it was not there. We knew where it was, but could not find it anywhere. 6 months later, we ended up giving up and just ordered it off of the internet. I hope that this one stays put. This happened years ago now, but I figured I would post it. It's a bit long-winded for something seemingly mundane, but it creeped me out. I was coming home from work one day, about 6 years ago, nothing remotely out of the ordinary. The place I was living in at the time had a very narrow hallway that leads on the also narrow back door. The door most of us used daily. There's a staging area for wiping your feet and taking off your shoes, as I'm pretty sure is normal with entrances and exits. On this particular day, I drove home and as usual used the back door to get into the house. When I did this, I hit something as I opened it, and was met with an audible "oh" in a familiar voice. My live-in landlord. This did not seem at all unusual. I just figured my landlord had gotten home a minute or even a few seconds before me, and was just taking off his shoes or coat or whatever in the small staging area in the narrow hallway. I closed the door, waited 30 seconds or so for him to presumably finish what he was doing, and then opened the door again. The thing is, upon doing so, there was no sight of my landlord. He wasn't in the communal kitchen or living room, nor the main floor bathroom. He would have to walk across the entirety of the house and up the stairs to get to anywhere private, and I certainly didn't hear any scurrying or fast movement. Kind of weirded out, I went upstairs to where my landlord and other roommates' rooms are to see if I was going crazy. The only roommate that was home was the one that was known to not leave their room very often, which I could hear talking loudly to people over a voice chat, something he often did. I have a hard time believing that he would have had time to even make it from the back door to his room and jump into a voice chat. And besides, it was definitely not his voice that I heard when I had opened the door previously. My landlord always kept his door closed and locked, so while I couldn't directly investigate if he was in his room, there were no noises coming from it. He really wasn't there. After this cursory investigation, I went back to my room to decompress a bit after work, attributing this to me going a bit crazy or something. But to confirm my previous investigation, my landlord walked in the back door approximately half an hour later with his briefcase, coat, nice shoes. He was just getting home from work. I was immensely weirded out and didn't even run it by him at this point what I had experienced. I am sure I had opened the door and bumped into someone. I'm sure that someone was my landlord. I'd heard their voice 1,000 times, but that just wasn't possible. There was no one that could have been in the doorway, and it certainly couldn't have been my landlord. Hello, Raven. I recently found your channel and your Glitch in the Matrix stories, so I've got one for you. First, I need to clarify that I am very aware of my surroundings and the people I see outside. So, a few years ago, I saw an old man with a suitcase walking around. Little did I know I was going to see this man 3 more times in completely opposite streets that were impossible for him to get to in the span of a few minutes. He was also walking slowly, like an old man would. So, yeah, impossible for me to cross this man's path over and over again. This was just so random. I know the area very well because I've lived here for 23 years, so I know every single street. I was also with friends that day, so I told them every time I saw this man, but unfortunately I was too shocked to tell them immediately, as I was really creeped out by this man. So they never saw him for some reason. He was gone the moment that I went to tell them. Only at the fourth time he walked by, I immediately reacted and told them, "See, there he is again!" And they did see him too. So I wasn't tripping out. At the end, they didn't take me seriously, as this fourth time that they saw him was basically their first. I know what I saw, but none of my 3 friends believed this. I remember that day as clear as the sun shined, and I think about it every other day. How did this old man walk around my hometown in such random streets? He would literally pop up out of the most imaginable spots as well, as if he had speedrunned the entire town. My biggest question is, why did he have the suitcase with him, and what was in there? I've heard some of the stories read out on here, so I thought I would share my own since I can't really explain it. Stephen Carl Stephenson was Rotten Robbie on the children's TV show Lazy Town, a show that I used to watch religiously. When I heard that he had cancer in maybe 2016, I was devastated and kept up to date with his story because he was my favorite character, and honestly a hero of mine. I read an article talking about his death in 2017, and went to Instagram and Tumblr to have it confirmed. Sure enough, he'd passed away, and I remember calling an old friend of mine to break the news to her. She and I talked about watching Lazy Town while we were on a band trip and how much we would miss him. A year passed, and I'd all but forgotten about the article. That wasn't until I found a recently uploaded Instagram post stating that he died in August of 2018. Confused, I looked it up and found the same news article that I remember seeing a year earlier. The only thing changed was the date of his death. I called up my friend and she said that she didn't remember that call that we had, and that she had found out about his death the day that he died. I saw countless posts memorializing him that I swore I had seen a year prior, and honestly, it kind of freaked me out a bit. I've heard stories like this before, but it's just so strange to experience it myself, and I still think about this from time to time. Did anyone else experience the same thing? Because the more I think about it, the more it freaks me out a bit. And thanks for listening to my story. A few years ago, I had a roommate who was borrowing my car to drive for Lyft so that I could get a referral bonus. We were sharing the hours of the car, and it started to create tension between us. I was also in the throes of addiction, and he had recently gotten a new partner who he was spending more time with. At the time, I needed more emotional support and was both saddened by the loss of time and stressed about sharing the car. There was an unhealthy combination of feeling excluded and not feeling like the time without my car was being used towards gaining the referral, which we never met because of an argument that we got in. One night, I had mentioned that I wasn't feeling like his time with the car was being responsibly used. Lyft showed me the tracking of his hours. And honestly, I can't remember the exact details, but I asked for the car back at a certain time, and not to be disturbed because I was ill, both of which were ignored. He hadn't been tracking hours that day, and the car was returned late, and my sleep was interrupted to have an emotionally heavy conversation, which I wasn't in a state to do. Anyway, at the end of the argument, I asked for the car keys to be returned, and he announced he would be moving out that night, which he did. In the morning, I went to retrieve the spare keys that he had left on top of my party favor savings box, and went to place an order based on its contents, and then went to leave for work, but couldn't find my regular keys. I checked my coat where they should have been, but couldn't find them. In a rush, I took the spare keys and left. Upon returning from my day job, I continued scrambling around the house looking for my keys, checking all my shoes. Yes, they had once fallen into some boots and pant pockets, etc., but I still couldn't find them. I then headed for the party favor box, only to find that it was empty. Naturally, I assumed that he took the money in place of the keys, since he was also supposed to receive a bonus from Lyft for completing a certain number of rides, which he would not be doing since I took the car privileges away, and assumed that he must have also taken my regular keys to further mess with me. I called and texted asking what happened to the money and the keys. No accountability. I just assumed he was being a dick and lying. A few months later, I moved out of that apartment. While packing, I painstakingly looked through anywhere the keys might have fallen to no avail. At the next apartment, I lived for about a year and a half, so I went through a couple of coat seasons, wearing the coats that I had suspected I left the keys in, but they never turned up. About a year ago, I moved into the place that I currently live. During the winter season, I wore both of the potential coats that would have held the keys. Still nothing. Well, and not very long ago, I was going through my closet looking for a light spring jacket, and moved one of these coats, and felt something in the pocket. It was the very keys that I had been searching for. The coat they were in was a floor-length wool dress coat with a very small, shallow pocket. There is absolutely no way that I could have worn this coat for multiple years and not noticed the keys. We have no mutual friends that have visited the house and would have had access to slip the keys in. There is no explanation for this, other than interdimensional travel. In essence, a glitch in the Matrix. It has truly left me questioning what I know may or may not be real. But I do certainly hope that the missing money shows up in the same pocket. Okay, I believe you. We are definitely in a Matrix. I live in a small town in Belgium, and something very strange happened to my partner and I. It all started on Tuesday, May 21st, 2024. We had to go to a party for her birthday, and to celebrate her new job at a restaurant with her parents. As usual in Belgium, it was raining all the way there, and continued once we arrived. We went to Namur, which is about an hour away. We arrived at the restaurant with her parents, and everything went very well. I realized I had parked my car poorly and moved it before starting the main course, and it was still raining outside. I went back inside and finished the meal, and everything was fine. At the end of the evening, everyone said goodbye and we were all happy. We headed back home in the rain. We were talking, and I asked her to stop talking because I needed to concentrate so that I wouldn't miss the upcoming exit off the highway in 50 meters. It was raining so hard that I thought it was becoming dangerous. Suddenly, I blinked and felt like we were no longer in the same place. I looked at the signs and realized we were near Mons, 30 minutes past my intended exit. And even stranger, it wasn't raining anymore and there wasn't a single drop of water on the road. I was puzzled, and said that I must have missed the exit, but driving 30 minutes further seemed strange. She told me that all she remembered was that it was raining. She stopped talking when I asked her to, and then nothing. It was as if we had become amnesic for those 30 minutes. I turned around on the road in Mons to head back the direction we came from. The cars were dry, and there was no rain on the ground again. I drove home, got out of the car, and looked at it. The car was so dry that I saw what looked like dry dust on the windows, and the car overall. My partner and I never understood what happened. I had vaguely heard of the glitch theory in the past, but now, I really feel like I experienced it. Hi, Raven. I'm not sure which subcategory this should be labeled in. I guess it depends on what your beliefs are. In the time of these events back in 2012, I was raised Lutheran, but I've been an atheist since my teens in the 90s. I was going on summer holiday with a group of friends. I was married, but my husband was afraid to fly, so he stayed at home in Finland as we took off for a week's trip to Greece. That would be the same time zone in both countries. The first night we arrived to our hotel, we had dinner and decided to head to our rooms for well-needed sleep. There were thick walls and I could not hear my neighbors at all. I was ready to drift into slumber around 1 a.m. when all of a sudden I heard a clear, very official female voice. It just said one word: fire. I jumped up, asked who was there in my room, but no answer. I switched the light on, and indeed the room was empty. There were no smoke alarms ringing, so I thought this was just my mind playing tricks on me. I was a bit tired from the day's traveling, so I went back to bed and fell asleep. In the morning, I checked my phone and there was a text message from my husband, sent at 2 a.m. Barely escaped the house fire at my friend's house. My ponytail was smoking, but no harm done. I immediately called him to get more information. He picked up and explained that he had been playing poker at his friend's place. Boys' night, as wife was out of town. The neighbor's television set had exploded, and the two-apartment wooden house had quickly caught on fire. The neighbor had banged on the door and they all managed to run out on time, except the neighbor's dog. The house burned through. I was happy to hear that he was physically okay, but I still have no knowledge what quantum warning system caused me to receive this information of imminent danger as the fire was happening. Was it just our minds connecting on an astral level? Or perhaps my guardian angel that I did not have at that point in my life? So, a bit of backstory. I'm a boarding school counselor. I work with teens around 16, have been working at it for 3 years now. Around 10 years back, I was 20, lived in the same city not too far from the boarding school. One day as I was working in retail, this kind of emo-looking teen walks in and instantly recognizes me. He called out my name, something along the lines of, "Oh my god, Liz, I didn't know you worked here." Now, I'm a person who has really good facial recognition, even though I'm terrible with names. But I had no idea who this kid was, so I just told him that he must have gotten it wrong. He initially laughed like I was playing a joke on him, and said something like, "Yeah, right, it's me, Johnny. Do you have amnesia or something?" In a way that felt like he was really familiar with me. But when he realized I was serious, he got so disappointed and looked actually hurt. Like there was no way that I didn't know him, but didn't insist and just got what he came for and left. It really stuck with me for years because I felt so bad that I didn't recognize this kid that seemed really happy to see me and even knew my name. I was also sure that I'd see him again since most people coming to shop there are locals. And I wanted to ask him where he thought he knew me from when I next saw him, but I never did. It just struck me as really odd. A few weeks back, one of the kids had to leave boarding school since his family decided to move abroad. And since this is a very high-demand boarding school, some days later, a new kid joined our group instead of him. Lo and behold, it's Johnny. Same kind of emo look, same name, same way of talking. I know it sounds like something years could distort, but I have no doubts it's the same kid. I remembered his name and looks since I wondered about it every once in a while since. This, however, shouldn't be possible, since he would be around 10 years ago. We also grew really close really fast since we have very similar backgrounds. I'm honestly just waiting for the day that he comes back to school and says he saw me working in a store nearby. I'll let you all know if he does. Ask and ye shall receive is all I can say. About a week ago, I asked the universe to give me a glitch in the Matrix driving experience, and here it is. I listen to your stories on the regular and have submitted a few stories myself, but the driving stories get me the most. I really wanted a mind-bending one, too. So, I'm driving to my work on Saturday to get some pet food for my puppies. About halfway there along the highway, the road was blocked off due to a terrible accident that had happened earlier. There were no detour signs up yet, so I followed the traffic and turned left at the lights where things were blocked off. I could have also turned right, but I'm somewhat familiar with the area along that exit, and decided that turning left would be my best bet. So, just to clarify, I'm on the west side of the main road, Highway 12. Traveling west, then south a little, west some more, which led me to my next turn. Traffic was traveling to another main road to make a right, which I confused with another road, so I decided to take a right on the road right before it. This road was also traveling north, so at first it seemed correct. As I was driving, though, I noticed that I was moving into a heavily forested area, which I didn't remember from the past when I'd gone this way. There were cars coming every so often, and the road was freshly paved with fresh yellow lines painted on it. So I figured, since I'm traveling in the correct direction, I'll probably find my way eventually. Another minute of driving was leading me to what looked like it might be a conservation area or something like that. So I pulled over. I turned on my GPS thinking that it would tell me to turn around, but it said to keep going the direction I was already driving, so I did. As I was driving, I remained in the heavily forested area and the road eventually turned right and came out to the main road. Now here's where things get weird. Since I was on the west side of the highway traveling west and north mainly until the end when I turned right to get to the main road, I was expecting to make a left turn to continue traveling north. But instead, I was directed by the GPS to turn right, meaning I was on the other side of the highway. I spent the rest of the drive, which was all normal, trying to figure out how I could have ended up on the other side of the highway without crossing it. I know this highway well. I definitely didn't cross from the wooded area. The highway is all farm fields, not forests. Because this was hurting my brain to even comprehend, I pulled out a map to see how this could have happened. And the map showed that I should have ended up on the west side of the highway, not the east. Since this was still stretching my brain yesterday, my teenage daughter and I looked at the concession roads available north of that left turn detour. There was only one concession road, and I know that I didn't drive down it, as it wasn't heavily forested and had a farm that I did not go past. Also, when I looked down the next concession road, which was just north of that one, it was definitely the one that I took. But it looked familiar on the east side, the one I drove down and took a right off of. Heavily forested and freshly paved with bright lines. Not the west side that I should have exited from. We also checked out what was just north of the concession road that we exited from, and there were no more than I could have used. So strange, but I asked for it. P.S. I told my boss when I got to work, and he had the same experience in that area a number of years ago. I will be retracing my steps on a day that I have a little extra time, though. Maybe it'll happen again. I've talked to a number of people about this, and I can't seem to get a logical answer. Fun. This may not be the most shocking story ever, but things keep going missing for a while and inexplicably showing up where we know we looked for them before. I had a stick of deodorant that I always kept on my desk in my bedroom. I had extras in the bathroom because I always order them online 4 at a time, but when it went missing out of nowhere, I looked all around the desk, on the floor, and in the drawers of my desk several times, thinking maybe I put it there by mistake. I even asked my girlfriend, who is amazing at knowing where things are and finding things, if she knew where it was. And she looked all over for it too, including the desk drawers, and could not find it, and she gave up. About a week later, I go in my top desk drawer looking for something else entirely, and there it is, sitting at the right forefront of the damn drawer. Like you couldn't have possibly missed it before if it had been in there when I was looking for it. For this next part, I'm now handing the phone over to my girlfriend to tell a story of a similar occurrence that happened to her. I got into an accident back in December, not my fault, and I couldn't get the work done until the end of January. So January comes, I take my car key off the keychain and drop off my vehicle. I get it back like 2 weeks later and forgot to put the key back on the keychain. Fast forward another week or so, I come home from picking up the kids and put the key on the kitchen table. I get up the next morning, and it's gone. I ask my boyfriend and the kids if they moved it, and no one had. I thought maybe the youngest took them because he loves playing with keys, but I still couldn't find it. So I resorted to using my spare. For a month and a half, there was no sign of the key. Then, one day, I'm standing outside, and my car goes beep beep. Like I'd hit the fob, but that key has been missing. Then, the mailman walks up and asks, "Whose van is that?" I tell him it's mine, and he hands me my key and tells me it was on the next street over. The only time I'm on that street is when I'm driving, so I don't know how it could have ended up there. Okay, it's OP again. I'm back. These are only a couple of examples of many, as these are the most recent and most mysterious, and most of the occurrences happened to her, not me. But I'm convinced at this point that the simulation is breaking down. I just don't know, guys. This peculiar incident took place well over a decade ago, in a house that had been my home for the majority of my life. The house, steeped in memories, was a cozy abode shared with my mother. At the time of this inexplicable occurrence, I was in the kitchen tidying up after a meal. Our kitchen, a compact space, housed a dishwasher, oven, and cupboards in a narrow corridor-like area. This layout, with just enough room to open these appliances, will play a crucial role in the unfolding of this story. I just finished running the dishes through the dishwasher and was putting them away. I got to the point of putting the Tupperware away, which was usually the last thing I did as I emptied the dishwasher. I picked up a few of the half-dozen or so items that were left, turned to put them away, put them in the cupboard, and turned around to grab more. And noticed that the dishwasher was now empty. What the hell? I wondered aloud as I stared at the empty dishwasher momentarily, before turning around and looking at the Tupperware cupboard again, only to see that the rest of what was left was neatly put away in their space. I felt a chill run through my body as I wondered how the hell that was possible. I know that there were a few items to put away, yet there was no way that I could have grabbed them all at once. It wasn't possible that someone else could have done it. As I stated before, I was home alone at this time, and even if I wasn't, there was no way someone could have gotten by me without me noticing, because of the way that the kitchen is set up. I don't know what happened. It was bizarre. It disturbed me so much that I left the kitchen in its state and laid on my bed to collect myself while I rested. It was just too weird. Hello, Raven. I've got one for you. Okay, so this is an interactive glitch that hopefully everyone can try out for themselves. My senior yearbook was tragically lost in a house fire with many other sentimental items that cannot be replaced. But once the internet became available to the public, I found a site called Classmates. It's a site that said that they had yearbooks that you could buy to replace your lost ones. I was excited to possibly replace my treasured annual. So I looked up my school and graduation year. Lo and behold, there it was. I was even able to look at each and every page of the yearbook. It brought back so many memories, seeing all the faces and reading all the signatures and things that people wrote in it. Wait, all the signatures and everything everyone wrote in it? When you get your yearbook, it's towards the end of the year, and you have all of your friends and classmates sign it. Then you take it home and nobody ever sees it again, except for you, and maybe your children. That being said, I kind of freaked out seeing all the writing in it. How could that be? There's no way they could have that information. I was, and am, dumbfounded. I've asked several of my friends to try to look up their yearbooks on that site to see if it's the same for them, but they're all afraid of glitches, so I haven't had anyone confirm my glitch. I would be grateful to anyone here who could look up their yearbook on Classmates and let me know what they find out. This has been bothering me for about 10 years, Raven, and if you read my story, thank you very much. This experience began in 2019. I was 20 years old and struggling financially. I had an older model Chrysler Pacifica, and I kept having issues with the vehicle. But since the car turned on and the wheels kept turning, I ignored the issues as I didn't have the funds to fix them. One day in 2019, I went out to my garage like any other day. I went to put my keys in the ignition when my finger hit the key slot. I was confused and in complete shock. My key had just vanished. Assuming I must have dropped the key, even though I hadn't heard or felt it, I searched my car for it. Moving the seats, lifting the mats, even recruiting the help of my husband at the time to take apart the center console to see if the key had somehow fallen inside. My car was locked, and I used it to open the door, so I know that I hadn't left the key inside. We searched the garage, around the car, everywhere, but I know 100% that the key was in my hand when I was sitting in my car. My husband suggested that we get another key made, but something was telling me not to drive the car. I don't know how to explain it, it was just a feeling. I refused to drive it. I walked to work for 2 weeks and eventually came up with the money for a down payment on a new car. So it just sat there. After picking up my new car, my husband asked if he could have my old car. We were separated at the time and he did not have one of his own. He thought that I was being overdramatic about not driving the car just because I lost the key. He had a key made and took the car. The very first time he drove the car, the rod that connected the tires snapped. I'm not mechanically inclined, so I have no idea what this is called. The engine was somehow unmounted as well. He had minor injuries as he was only going 10 to 15 miles per hour, but the mechanic had told him that if he were going any faster, he likely would not have survived. I moved across the country in 2020, and I was vacuuming my car after the move. I then heard a tink, and something fell to the floor. I assumed I had knocked something over, so I went to the driver's side to see what had fallen. The key was on the floor. I don't understand how this is even possible. The key was lost before I even purchased this car. The car had been cleaned weekly over the past year, and the key was never there. But somehow this key had reappeared? This is something I think about a lot. I've never told anyone about re-finding this key, as I don't think they would believe me. I still have it, and it sits in my jewelry box, as I can't seem to throw it away. I have a thing that happened that may or may not be a glitch, though I suppose that there are some rational explanations to it. It's a bit of a non-event, but to me it was an odd moment, and I wanted to share it, in case you all thought that it may have been a glitch. It was a pretty normal morning. I woke up and went to have cereal, but when I opened the fridge, I was hit with an immediate reminder that I needed to get oat milk, that we were completely out. So I got my shoes on and headed out to the closest grocery store, which is unfortunately Walmart. I get there and sit there for a moment or two, and then get out of my car to get into the store. On my way in, a woman walks in front of me to grab a cart from the corral. I can see this woman clear as day. Long brown hair, green shirt, blue jeans, and a backpack that I thought was neat. That's actually why I noticed her at all. The backpack was a dark blue and it had a really nice sunflower pattern on it. And I immediately thought of my wife because it was a design that she would have absolutely loved. That's where the interaction ended. I didn't ask her about it, I just walked in right behind her. She had her empty cart, and we entered the store at the exact same time. After I entered, I walked directly to the right and to the back, which is the length of the store, but this is a Walmart neighborhood market, meaning that it's not a large store. It only takes around 60 seconds to get from the front to the back at a brisk, annoyed in the morning kind of pace. I get to the back, open the cooler, grab 3 containers of oat milk, I buy in bulk when I can, and that was it. I didn't linger, I didn't dally through the aisles, I didn't grab anything else. I got what I came for and walked to the front of the store towards the self-checkout. This is where it got weird. When I walked up to the self-checkout, I glanced over to the register to the left. And who do I see but that same woman with the sunflower backpack? Now, at face value, that's not odd, I know. But it wasn't just that she was there checking out at the same time, it was that she was checking out with a cart full of stuff. I don't mean a dozen or so items. I mean a full-on buying groceries for 2+ weeks filled cart. I saw produce, cereal, dairy, meat, everything from all of the corners of the store. I'm 100% certain that it was her. Long dark hair, green shirt, jeans, and the backpack was unique enough that it stood out. I put the oat milk down and kind of just stared, which I didn't mean to. I just really couldn't comprehend how it was possible. How had she managed to walk around the store and fill the entire cart within around 2 minutes? If it was full of just produce, I could accept it, because she entered and went left towards the produce. But it was items from every section. I scanned and grabbed my oat milk, and paid, and then I walked slowly past the woman, giving her a side glance to see if it was just some really weird coincidence. But there's absolutely no way that it was someone else. There are a few logical explanations I can think of, but there's only one that would logically make sense to me. and that is that she grabbed someone else's cart and walked to checkout right away. There's no way she could have shopped that fast. I'm 100% certain it was not a woman in the same clothing with the same backpack. The only other possible explanation is that I, somehow, stood there in front of the oat milk for an extended period of time, but that would require time to have passed, which it didn't. So, that's my story. It's a small one, but it was seriously bizarre to me, and I have no other possible explanations. If any of you have any other thoughts, please do let me know, but other than that, I hope that you all enjoyed this weird, little, possible glitch written by me. This is my event. This is the only glitch I've ever experienced, and while it was minor, I hope to not have any more. So, this isn't the craziest thing that's happened in the world, but it was weird enough that it immediately made me want to share it here. For some context, I really enjoy cooking, and it's generally my responsibility to cook and clean up. So I'm intimately aware of everything in the kitchen, and I know where everything is to the millimeter. My husband and I live by ourselves, and we don't receive many guests at our place, so it's very unlikely anyone moved anything either. Ever since we moved, we brought along 2 mismatched metal teaspoons that we got from a free box on the sidewalk. And ever since we've moved, I've been slightly annoyed by only having these 2 spoons. And so I'll always make sure to manage the amount of spoons accordingly when making things that require metal spoons. There's one spoon specifically that I favor since it's smaller, and it's the one that I always use. Right now, I have a tiny sourdough starter going, and metal spoons are quite important here to avoid contamination from plastic. So I spoon out some discard with the spoon, and I put it in the sink while I unload the dishwasher. Imagine my absolute shock when I see an identical spoon matching one of the mismatched set. 3 spoons. 2 identical. I'm at a complete loss as to how this happened. Maybe we've always had them and I only just noticed. But I find that so hard to believe since we have a special storage section for the spoons, and you can see all the spoons there at a glance. I've cleared the whole drawer out multiple times in the years living here. And I've always been really annoyed at this, especially because I'm one of those people that really care about the spoon mouthfeel, and when I'm having ice cream, I would always give my husband the mismatched spoon that was bigger. If we had 2 of them, this wouldn't have ever been a thought. I am so puzzled right now. The OP did add an update. The weirdest thing possible just happened now. So I idly write to my sister about this, thinking she would find it funny or something, and she said, "Oh, I know what happened. I brought 3 teaspoons over from my old apartment when I moved into the house, and now I can only find 2 of them. You probably got the spare one. Only, I live in Europe, and she lives in the Caribbean, and she has never been to visit me here, and I haven't visited her since she moved. Absolutely crazy." This happened years ago when I was completely broke. On the day before Christmas, I received an invoice by a government authority in the mail. The fee was 13 euros. Only a small amount of money, but I was of the opinion that I was falsely charged, and that the invoice must have been sent in error. I tried to call them to clarify, but it was already after work hours, and I wasn't able to reach anyone. As this was right before Christmas, I knew I would not be able to sort this out until January, as offices in my country are usually closed or minimally staffed during the holiday season. I shrugged it off and decided to call them in the new year. It was only 13 euros, after all. If it turned out that I actually owed them this amount, it would not be a big deal. I may have been broke, but I still had 13 euros to spare. I put the invoice in a drawer and forgot about it, and then enjoyed the holidays. The first week of January, I remembered the invoice. I took the letter out of the drawer and looked at its header for a phone number to call. My gaze fell on the amount due, and I was shocked by what I saw. The fee had been 13 euros. I was sure of it. Looking at that same printed invoice, the amount due now said 513 euros. Somehow the fee had increased by 500 euros. I started to panic. I was not able to pay this kind of money at the time. I called the number, and much to my relief, it turned out I was right. There had been some misunderstanding, and the lady on the phone confirmed that I did not owe them anything and could ignore the invoice. Still, I felt spooked. How could I overlook a full digit? When I opened the letter before Christmas, I studied it carefully. The euro amount was printed in bold. How did I see 13 instead of 513? Or did it magically change over the holidays while sitting in my drawer? Whatever this was, I decided that it was a blessing. The thought of possibly owing over 500 euros, money that I did not have, would have been nagging at me all throughout Christmas and New Year's. So, ignorance truly was bliss. One evening after my husband and I put our kids to bed, we decided to relax on the couch and watch some TV together. The TV is on a stand on a flat wall. To the left is more of a rounded wall. It has a fireplace and a mantle, our lamp, and then more wall with our AC unit in it. I hope that makes sense. Sitting on the couch, I'm able to see the light out of the corner of my eye. From the light, I see a large flying bug. It looks like a large wasp, but it's all black. I say, "Babe, what is that?" My husband looks and sees it too. It flies the short distance to our mantle, which has a Grogu, Baby Yoda, plush on it. He tells me to keep an eye on it while he grabs something to catch it with. We both saw it go behind the plush. It never moved. He walked over there and we braced ourselves for him to move the plush and this crazy creepy bug to fly out. But it didn't. I told him that it must have crawled into the bottom part of the plush, as it doesn't have feet. It just has a large robe and round bottom so it can stand up. He grabs a bag, puts the plush in it, and takes it outside. I turn to watch as he takes the plush out and shakes it. Nothing. He turns the robe inside out. No bug. He looks in all the possible places, but nothing. It's just gone. There are no cracks in our mantle that it could have hidden in. I'm 1,000% sure that it didn't fly anywhere else, as I did not take my eyes off that spot for even a second. I'm terrified of wasps, and we have young kids and don't want them to get stung. I would have been able to see if it crawled to a different area too, not just flown away. We looked behind the TV stand and all over the living room as all the other doors were closed. No bugs anywhere. We both have no explanation of where it could have gone. It's been months now and I've cleaned the house multiple times but never found it. This was one of those times that I was thankful for a glitch, because that thing was creepy. Hello. This experience happened about 10 years ago, so I apologize that the details are a bit fuzzy, but listening to other people's stories on your podcast, I can't stop thinking about this experience. My boyfriend at the time and I were in the market for a new place to live, and we went and looked at 3 or 4 apartments in the area, but decided on one that we really liked, and after filling out an application, it was officially ours. It was about a month after seeing it that we moved in. When we walked in, we started looking around, happy to call it ours. But when we stepped into the bathroom, we both looked at each other dumbfounded because the bathroom was not the bathroom that either of us remembered. I don't remember the exact differences, but the first time we looked at it, it was much larger and the setup was different. And no matter how it was decorated or organized, it was not the same. He had described it exactly to me as how I had remembered it as well, before I told him what I remembered it looking like. They had not done any construction, and we talked about it, and there was no way that we had it confused with one of the other places that we looked at. What's even creepier is we coincidentally found a UV glow handprint on the outside wall of the bathroom a few months after we moved in. That might just be a coincidence, but it gave me the chills. If the confusion or misremembering was just me, then it would have been a lot easier to shake off. But my boyfriend and I had the exact same memory, and we were equally confused. We even walked around the other side of the house where the bathroom would have been extended to, and it was clear that no work had been done. The other rooms were exactly how we remembered them. I've never experienced anything like that, and I haven't shared this with many people, because obviously it sounds ridiculous, but I swear it happened. And to this day, I have no explanation for how that's possible. I'm a post-high school graduate from somewhere in Ontario. My only memorable moment from high school also seems to be my weirdest. About 4 years ago, when I was in grade 10, I wasn't an exemplary student. I was flunking in school and skipping class a lot to smoke weed. Typical for a teenager of that age, I guess, but that's not the point. I had a small circle of friends and weren't necessarily the best influence on me, and were probably the main reason I was failing. One morning, I woke up and carried out my morning routine of having a smoke, coffee, and getting ready for school. The day went on as usual, attending every class, barely doing anything, and going to the washroom for a suspicious amount of time. But on that day, my group of friends approached me asking if I wanted to skip with them to smoke. I said yes, and woke up. Yeah, so it turns out I was dreaming. When I got up, I thought, okay, that's weird, and carried on. Turns out that I was doing the same thing as I was in the dream, the same way. Talking to the same people, doing the same things, etc. When I got to the moment that my friends asked me to skip and me saying yes, I woke up again, and was freaking out, terrified that I was stuck in some kind of loop. So, when I got up, I started doing everything different. I skipped my smoke and coffee. I wore different clothes and left earlier and chose to walk to school instead of taking the bus. I felt sick, like I was doing something wrong. I don't know, but something felt really eerie. When I got to school, things got really weird. I was engaging in the exact same conversations from my dream, and already knew the answers to questions that people would ask me before they could finish. It was comparable to waking up with a superpower like telepathy. Everyone seemed very weirded out by me, and a lot of people were telling me that I looked sick. After that, I had the same classes, same work, everything. I actually aced my work pages because I literally did them twice. When third period came and my friend group asked me if I wanted to skip, this time I said no. Everyone looked at me weird, like I shouldn't have said that, or like I went off script. I made some dumb excuse like doing homework or something, and they left. I found out that they actually got arrested later that day because one of them got caught in a sting trying to buy weed. I guess someone or something really didn't want me to go with them. And it still freaks me out to this day.